Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with our invocation, which will be given by Pastor Rick Milby with Corpus Christi Cross Project.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Let me read one brief scripture to us before I pray from Colossians chapter 1, verse 13 and forward. It says, "For he rescued us from the domain of darkness and transferred us to the kingdom of his beloved Son, in whom we have redemption, the forgiveness of sins. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created, both in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him." In a nutshell, that means that you are here by God's divine grace today, that you've been ordained in this office that you have. And that's a good thing. That's a blessing. God blesses your life and where he's put you today. And so we're going to pray and ask God to continue to give you wisdom to do right for the citizenry of Corpus Christi and to be used of him. Father, we're grateful today for the privilege of pausing in your presence to recognize you, that you are in control of all things, that you're sovereign to this universe. And I thank you for our mayor and for our city manager and for each council member, and for the contribution they make to our city. I pray, Lord, your richest blessings would be upon them and upon their families, upon all that they put their hands to do. I thank you for the first responders of this city, for our police department and fire department, and for the service they bring to us, and for each employee of our city. And I pray, Lord, that you would give them wisdom today in the business that's at hand. Help them, I pray, Lord, that they might draw from you the strength and the help and the encouragement and the wisdom to make godly choices on behalf of the citizens. I pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Anthony Reyes. He is a freshman at Richard King High School, or about to be a freshman at Richard King High School, AB Honor Roll, and made the 2024 Scripps National Spelling Bee Prelims, Round 3.
Go Mustangs. Go.
Hi. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the Texas flag. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God and one and indivisible.
Thank you, Anthony. Good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez. Here. Michael Hunter. Here. Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E, our City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and members
Morning.
of the Council. We do have a number of items on our City Manager report, so quite likely we'll break and go into citizen comment. But we have two to begin with that focus on water. And Drew Molly, our Chief Operating Officer, is going to cover those two. And so the first one is a recap on a trip that we took, a few of us from the city staff, as well as U.S. Congressman Michael Cloud, who represents the area, and then two city council members, Barrera and Suckley, accompanied us this past few days to California. Drew's going to cover the trip and more so talk about what we learned and confirmed through our visits, our two site visits, and through talking to what are now partners in our business here and giving us information in the future. And then after that, if there's any council comment, we'll take that, and then we're going to go into an even more important topic, which is the current status of our water, given the drought that we're in. So with that, I'll turn it over to Drew.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, Council, good morning. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer. So I'm going to give you a quick recap of the last couple days, which have been a lot of work on our part, which essentially has entailed making a trip to California to look at a couple seawater desalination facilities. As the City Manager just noted, it was a diverse group of folks that went on this trip. We were joined by our city leadership, including folks from CCW. We had several council members from this body that were in attendance, as well as one of our regional water partners, Brian Williams with San Patricio Water District. And then, of course, we were joined by Congressman Michael Cloud and some of his staff. So one of the things that I think is really important to note is that it is imperative that teams look to their peers, if possible, where similar projects have been done to learn lessons and implement the best possible technologies and practices so that our projects lead the way and we can be the next example project that delegations will want to visit. Both of these facilities that we looked at, the Claude Bud Lewis Carlsbad desalination plant and the Charles E. Meyer desalination plant in Santa Barbara, are both plants that provide a drought-proof supply of water to their respective regions. They accomplished these projects with perseverance and strong partnerships with their respective councils, regional water partners, elected officials at the state and federal levels, and of course their communities. Aside from the fact that the Carlsbad facility is the largest desalination facility in the United States, it does provide about 10% of the entire system's water needs. The plant itself is located relatively close, about 1,500 feet to homes in affluent neighborhoods, and therefore is very much in the public eye, especially, again, of how close it is to the residential community. One of the biggest takeaways from the discussion with their staff is the diversification efforts that have been made by Carlsbad, which you can see on the lower left corner of the slide. And as the slide shows, in 1991, they essentially had 2 sources of water. And now, 30 years later, they list about 8 sources of different water supplies. The takeaway is that building a diverse water supply is critical to the health of the community and the quality of life for its residents. One of the slides that they actually showed in their presentation is this one, and I thought it was interesting to put this up for us to kind of take a look at, because many of the same things that were important to them are very important to us. So the question that they asked themselves is why ocean desalination? So for them, it was and is a new local water supply. And I would check the box on that. For us, this is a new local water supply. Secondly, for them, it reduces the need for imported water. Much of their water comes from and had come from hundreds of miles away, and so they were dependent on water that was a long distance away. And so for us, that's the same thing. We've done a great job in securing surface water supplies. Some of those supplies are a long distance away. We've done it well, but this puts a little bit less stress on the need for some of that water that comes from a long distance away. We're still always going to need that water and rely on it, but it takes a little bit of that stress off. Of course, third, we talk about this a lot, is the fact that this is a drought-proof water supply. It's a drought-proof water supply for them, and this would be a drought-proof water supply for us. Improved water quality. They were very excited about the type of quality of water that is produced from these types of facilities. High-pressure RO facilities produce very, very good water quality, something that they were very proud of, and something that we could definitely put a checkbox for our column as well, because we know that with the regulatory environment that we're in, there's greater stress on the importance of good water quality. This is one of these types of technologies, high pressure RO, that provides us with a superior and very, very high quality of drinking water. They did note that while more expensive than existing imported supplies, the cost is on par with new local water supply alternatives. And that's something that our team has done a lot of work, which is looking at other supplies of water, other options. And this statement here is very lines up very much with what we have seen as well. So I would check the box on that item, very similar to what they have seen as well. The other part of this is for them, it was important to enhance the regional supply reliability and local control. I think it's clear to them, it's clear to us that it's important that we have a lot of transparency in the water system that we operate. It's open, people can see how the business of what we do is, and having that read in and being able to see how that works is important to them. And so that would also be a check in the box. And then also, it's important to note that they had strong public support for this. And I think likewise here, not just this council, but previous councils have supported this project. And so we continue to work hard to make sure that the merits of this project are understood and appreciated to the degree that we can do that. And so we would check the box. So essentially, there's a couple photos. We put some pictures in here to kind of showcase the infrastructure that we saw over the last couple days. We looked at the intricate details of these facilities, and I think one of the most important takeaways from my perspective, being in the operations and maintenance business, was, and we heard them say this, was how important pre-treatment is. And for those of us who aren't necessarily familiar with pre-treatment, that is the process of removing solids, organics, and other constituents as we treat the water. And that's something that our teams do every day here in the city of Corpus Christi. We have folks right now as we speak working at our facilities and making sure that that pre-treatment process works. And why is that process so important? It's so important because in order to effectively run a seawater plant, you have to have the pre-treatment processes working well. And that's something that we do every day. And so if you can't do the pre-treatment well, then you can start to have some issues with the high pressure reverse osmosis membranes that are critical to making sure that those water supplies are potable. And so the last step in the treatment process is what is pictured on the right, and that was actually in the membrane, the high pressure membrane building. And one of the things I think is important to note as we look at some of these photos, and of course we've got many more photos, these were just ones that we put in this slide deck, is how important it was to them to make sure that this infrastructure respects the communities that live around it. One of the things that we'll showcase a little bit more in some of these photos is how close these facilities are to the residential communities that live around them. And so these facilities have sound attenuating walls built around them to the extent that to help keep the noise inside and contained. The facilities, from my perspective, were extremely neat and orderly. They were very well maintained. Those are all things that go in the business and are important part of what we do is making sure that the infrastructure is well maintained. So that was definitely something that was very noteworthy. I found it extremely interesting as I walked through the plant and looked at analyzers and looked at how the water is treated through the plant. And then at the end of it, we were actually drinking water out of a tap. So 3 hours after the water is brought in from the ocean, 3 hours later, it's in a tap, and we're actually drinking it and talking about how good the water tasted. So the next plant that we looked at was is called the Charles E. Meyer Desalination Plant, and this has an extraordinary, very interesting history. It was built about 30 years ago because California was going into some pretty tough drought conditions, and then sort of ironically, after they built it, it started to rain and all their reservoirs got full, and so they sort of deactivated the plant for a number of years until the mid-2015 time frame, when one of the former mayors, Schneider was her name, she really saw the vision and the need to sort of resurrect this plant. So they did in 2015, 2017 time frame. And now it's looking back on it from their perspective, it was really a great decision because California had some pretty significant drought, and Santa Barbara had a drought-proof water supply that actually provided about 30% of the regional demand for their water needs. Another thing that I think is really important to note was, again, their team is very proud of the facility. If you look at the photo down on the lower left corner, we had a long working session. We had actually the U.S. representative for that district in California was also in attendance as well, and was very proud of the fact that they delivered this facility in a way that they did, and they talked a lot about that. Also of note is the lower right-hand picture. It was interesting to me, again, how close this facility is, not just to the road that we walked across to get into the facility. It was right next to the road, but also just the fact that it was right next to a church facility, and you can see that in the lower right picture. If you play golf and you have a pitching wedge, it was about a pitching wedge shot away to that facility. So again, I think it's important to note that the infrastructure was very much entwined with the community and very close to the community in terms of how it was constructed and where it's constructed. Let's see here. Next slide. So this slide here on the lower left corner is just yet another picture that shows the membrane equipment that is there. And again, Santa Barbara had very similar information that they shared with us, which was to say that it was extremely important to make sure that the pretreatment processes work. When your pretreatment works, your high-pressure RO systems are going to work well. And again, you can see the photo on the right side is just another one that highlights just kind of how neat and orderly everything is laid out. Things are labeled. The facility is clean, and you can tell that they're very proud of this facility, and it shows. It shows as what you see and what you hear from the folks that are out there. So really, what were the takeaways that we took away from this facility? So first and foremost, San Diego and Santa Barbara are water systems that are part of a regional water supply. So they are regional water suppliers, much like we are, exactly how we are. Everybody reiterated how important it was to have a diverse water system. So not just dependent on one or two supplies, but the more the better. And I think it was very evident from our discussions with them that they were able to do that successfully, and they were able to do it in a way that was affordable to their ratepayers. Both providers stressed the importance of transparency and engagement during the procurement, design, and construction. That was something that we talked to them a little bit about. They were, of course, very interested in how we are in that process and what we're doing. And so the process that we're doing, progressive design build, was something that had a lot of merit for them. They were interested in that. They agreed that is definitely a process that is open and transparent, and folks can see how that process works. I mentioned this just a little while ago, but control over the water system is imperative. We as regional water providers, it's imperative that we're able to operate that system, maintain it, control it, make sure that folks understand how it works. Those are things that are certainly tenets in what we do every day in terms of being able to operate a well-maintained system that's open and transparent to the community. Of course, California, we all know, is a state that has very high-level, stringent environmental standards. And so the environmental responsibility and stewardship is something that they take very seriously. And so they certainly talked about that in great detail. Another thing I think is really important, and I always like to say that we want to be the best in class. We certainly want to be the city that folks come to look and learn on how infrastructure is built and how it's operated and how it's maintained. We certainly appreciate the network and the ability to talk to our peers and establish those kinds of relationships. So I think what was really important about this project or this trip was that we were able to make really good contacts with folks on the ground, not just technical folks that I would be calling and working with, but also at the elected official level. There was a lot of synergy there and a lot of interest to help support our project in particular. And so with that said, from a technical standpoint, the city's proposed plant will incorporate the best available technologies and processes. One of the things that we talked about was even jet diffusion. So jet diffusion is something that's part of this project to make sure that we take care of the environmental aspects of this project responsibly. And so we talked with them a bit about the jet diffusion technology that we would work on or would implement in our project. The other thing that I think is important is there's these units called energy recovery units that we got to see. And energy recovery units are units that essentially allow pressure, and there's a significant amount of pressure that's utilized to operate a membrane plant. Some of that pressure and that energy that goes into creating that pressure is able to be reutilized. And so we saw that and talked to the technical teams, and those are technologies that we're going to utilize in our facility. And then last but not least, of course, is seawater desalination can be implemented successfully and responsibly. And so with that said, I would just say that it certainly was a great trip from our perspective. I always like to say that the ability to network and engage and roll your sleeves up with your peers is something that provides a ton of value for us. So with that said, I will take any questions that anybody has.
Okay. Hold on a sec. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Drew. I'm sorry that you didn't send this presentation to us earlier, but okay. When you were talking about transparency, one of the slides, I was just curious, did the public actually vote on their project as well? I mean, the public is not being able to vote on the desalination plant. Did you ask them if they actually
to my understanding, they listed the number of public engagement meetings they had. So they had a lot of engagement with the public. I want to say the Carlsbad project had over 45 public engagement meetings.
But what?
So to answer your question, as I understand, there was not a vote. There was not a vote to do that
because your slide presentation stated, had public support. So I was just wondering about that.
Right.
Okay.
So one of the things I would say is one of the slides, and we were working pretty hard to get all these slides done. We just got back. In fact, I just got back Sunday night, but the team got back on Saturday. And so we have a lot of photos. We have a lot of other information. We were happy to sit down and have, discussion with you.
I was just curious about that.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Councilor? So we visited 3 plants, and I don't think we'll confirm it. Any of the 3 had a community vote. And so that includes Tampa, Carlsbad, and then Santa Barbara. There were no votes by the community. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, as I understand it, did you also explain that the proposed Hillcrest desalination plant is being built in the Bay as opposed to these desalination plants in California that have a discharge in the ocean? Did you make that difference? Did you?
Sure. Those were certainly topics that we brought up. I wouldn't say necessarily we brought up per se the Hillcrest, but we certainly talked about the importance of making sure that the community is part of this, making sure that we have good discussion with the community. As I mentioned and showed on some of those slides, those facilities are very much within.
No, but the question is, Drew, did you tell them the difference that we're planning on making or putting a desalination plant in the Bay? Their discharge is in the ocean. Did you explain that the difference?
I would say yes.
We did.
Yes, the answer is yes, we did.
Okay, and what was their response to that when you told them that you're planning to put it in the Bay? What did they say?
Well, I would say the response was that there is absolutely every facility is a little bit different, so no facility is the same. But we certainly talked to them about the details and the information that that's important on any project.
But
and so,
did they raise an eyebrow? Did they at least say, "Well, I wouldn't discharge"?
No, they didn't. They did not. Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't.
The other is, you had like a list of all these things for diversification, right? So learning, from they've been at this longer, right? Since the 1990s, you said that they had built a plant and then the water came, so it wasn't used. It was placed, on the side. So when that happened, I see, if you don't mind going back, some of it, a lot of it had to do with conservation and water reuse. Do you remember
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so
both in Santa Barbara and Carlsbad.
And we're not even doing that. So yet we're jumping the gun by going.
No, we're doing that.
No, we're not.
Yeah, have Esteban come up and talk, because he just.
All right.
Yeah, we've made drastic reductions in our use. Go ahead, Esteban.
Yes, for the record, Esteban Ramos, Water Resource Manager for the City of Corpus Christi. Yes, the City of Corpus Christi has a well-developed water conservation plan that we utilize every day. We encourage our customers to think about how they utilize water. We get out in the community, we advertise ourselves. A little bit goes a long way. So we have a robust water conservation plan and a water reuse project where people can go to the OSO wastewater treatment plant and utilize water that is there for their lawns. There's a permitting process. We advertise it on our website. There's a very well-developed
but
plan.
just to be clear with the public, okay, so right now we're in stage 2, right? And yet, the residential customers are cutting back like we have been and will continue, but yet industry does not cut back. So no, we're not. It's not being fair. We're in a drought. I keep repeating it. Maybe, one day it'll get through. That if we're in a drought, everybody should be in a drought. Everybody should be cutting back. But that's not the case, is it? It's not.
The case is that through our water conservation plan and our drought contingency plan, which you find across the state of Texas, is about utilizing less of the non-essential watering that we have. The whole key behind drought contingency plans that are evaluated and utilized across the state of Texas is to bring that non-essential watering down. And through our plan, through our education, the City of Corpus Christi and our coastal Bend area have been doing a great job about it. What has really got us into the situation, which we'll go into a little deeper into another presentation, it is the drought situation. Whether or not Mother Nature takes more water from us through evaporation and causing us the situation that we find ourselves in. But to get straight to your question is that yes, we do utilize a robust water conservation plan and a drought contingency plan every day. And I encourage customers out there that can hear me, again, a little bit goes a long way, how you can utilize.
Okay, well, I'm going to disagree. All right, so we'll agree to disagree. Okay, now the other is, did you ask the percentage of water that is being used by industry in California as opposed to us? Because I still stand by that industry uses about 80% of our water. Well, I know. Until you prove, until it's proven. No, let me speak. I'm sorry, but until I receive the facts, that's what I'm going to go by. Now, did you ask?
We showed them last summer.
No, no. Every time that I ask you,
Councilwoman, hold on. So you were able to make a statement. You're able to speak. You're able to say what you just said. You're going to go by that. But if it is something that needs to be corrected, our city manager certainly has right to do that. And that doesn't mean you have to accept it, but he's trying to put that on the record. So, and so I'm going to allow you to go ahead and make your statement.
I just want to make it, because people will believe what we say up here, Councilwoman. So it's not 80%, it's 50, a little over 50% does go to our industrial customers. We showed that clearly several times last summer. And we'll show it again in this coming budget season. Mm-hmm.
Well, we need to keep showing that number, and we need to be consistent on how it is provided, because you sometimes will show it as a diagram, and then sometimes you show it as a. I'd like to see the actual usage, like I've asked before, and I've asked.
Yeah, we showed the top 10
the type
by gallons per month. We have that. We showed that.
Okay. So the other, like I asked, is what is the percentage that California, that Carlsbad, that industry uses? Did you ask that question, or do you know that question?
I did, and they do not have a large industrial presence. It's less than, I want to say it's less than 10% of their water demand is industrial users. So we are, we're unique, and I don't think anybody would argue that we are a unique water supplier.
Okay, and there's also I don't know how much time I've taken. I know I'm.
Well, we're going to go into public comment right after you.
Okay. There was also at least 7 questions that were emailed to us. What are the downtimes in the pretreatment plant of the osmosis membrane plant? I don't know if you asked that question, but what components break through the pretreatment and how do they affect the membranes? What are the capital investments, total construction cost year to date on these plants since the plants are started construction? What are the annual maintenance and operating costs on these plants every year since commissioning startup time? What are the highest operating and maintenance costs in the histories of these plants? For example, electricity, membrane replacements, chemicals. Number 6, what is the percent yields from these plants? This is how many gallons of product water permeate are they producing per gallon of intake? And number 7 was, have they switched, modified, blended the intake with water, with other waters of different biochemistries? These are all very specific questions, right? So I've been out of town, and the questions I asked if those had been answered by you or your department, and I don't believe those have been answered. So I wanted to at least put it out there in the public so that you would have an opportunity to answer them at some point. Would you do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. So we're going to pause and go on to item G because it's noon for public comment. So I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. So as you entered the council chambers, you were handed a leaflet, or maybe you took one on your own, that outlines our council policy and decorum. We want to urge everyone to familiarize themselves with it. It is incumbent upon me as the mayor and each council member to adhere to these policies diligently. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole avenue. You may also reach out to your council members by way of phone calls, emails, or even scheduling in-person appointments. With that said, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I'd like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
City Council rules of decorum to effectively conduct the business of the city during public comment period. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order that they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. And for those speaking in person, please remember that the meeting is recorded, and we ask you to speak into the microphone at the podium, stating your name and address before beginning your comment. You have 2 opportunities to make public comments on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at this present time, and the second, when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it to us before you begin. So with that, we will start with Mr. Ron Graben. Is Mr. Ron Graben in the audience? He is not. Okay. Sean Flanagan.
My name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. What I've handed you is page 205 of the latest city budget. You've got that transparency page, which is great, on the city website. Be commended. And especially since the presentation we just heard on the desalination prospects, I wish to draw this council's attention to this page 205. There's two charts on there. The top pie chart shows revenue for the water fund. The revenue is 96.5% from services and sales, our water bills for both private and commercial. The bottom pie chart shows expenditures to include personnel expenditures, operating expenditures, and debt service expenditures. Right now, with the money that the water fund has already borrowed, we're spending 21.7% of our current budget servicing the existing debt. The question becomes, based upon the figures that we've seen for the cost of desal, that is going to be a huge amount of borrowing. Is it feasible? In other words, right now, under our current borrowing, if you double, quadruple, or triple it, the amount of money we borrow, what's that going to do to our debt service part of the water fund expenditures? Now, I think the case has been made that we need more water. That's a given. It gets down to the nitty-gritty on where we're going to get it and how we're going to pay for it. If the council has the opportunity to deal with other entities, such as the port, that might be able to help us with this water shortage deal and share the expense. Because if you go forward with the plan that you have, the only possible way that the borrowing can be paid for would be huge increases in the services and sales funds, as that's the only revenue source that the water fund essentially has. And that's hard dollars and facts. It's one thing for somebody to say, yeah, we're going to spend $750 million on this or that or the other thing. But to borrow the money to pay for it, where is that coming from? The next two pages, again, the differences between, in the budget, needs and wants. You got 2 pages that refer to, I think, is what's wants, not needs. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a water department car wash, but I think they can get the civilian sector to do it, and nice to have a max vaccination clinic, but I question if we really need that or not. And that's what those last 2 pages are. But again, just the question is, where's the money coming from if we got to borrow this much and we already got 21.7% of our budget's going to debt service right now? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flanagan. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Request for proposal number 5862. It is for a communication strategy for water supply development projects. It is meant to inspire community-wide support and participation. Its goal is robust support among all community members. In addition to new campaigns, the firm will take primary responsibility for all digital and print marketing and provide ongoing support toward existing water supply development initiatives. It includes pretty much all public relations, including developing a crisis communication plan and provide support in managing any unforeseen issues or challenges related to the water supply projects. From marketing to ad trafficking, the media placement including radio, TV, streaming services, print media, and even influencer marketing channels. The term of the agreement is for 1 year and can be extended for up to 4 additional one-year periods. I have presented to this council regarding the permitting of car washes that pop up like weeds, smart rate design, and what other cities are doing regarding robust conservation plans. I even offered to manage the water department without pay until I met the goal of reducing residential water consumption by 20% within 1 year. If you haven't noticed, we are running out of water now. We need solutions now. It is proven that smart rate design and robust water conservation can save millions of gallons of water a day. Why aren't we doing it? None of the $1.5 million or the additional optional $6 million earmarked for this RFP will go to fixing the problem. I suggest using $100,000 to pay for a far-field model, which will help eliminate the need to develop a crisis communications plan. The rest of the $1.4 million can be spent on water-sense shower heads. These shower heads can save 7 gallons of water every time you shower. The retail price for a quality model is $25. That buys 56,000 shower heads that can be given to residents. If each person showers once a day, that is 392,000 gallons of water a day in savings, or 143 million gallons a year. This is an actual solution to the problem instead of a misuse of taxpayer dollars to fund a PR plan to push the city's misguided agenda. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Susie Saldana.
My name is Cecilina Saldana, 4710 Hackle Street, and I come before you today, one, to give thanks to your 911 operators. Unfortunately, I had the misfortune of having to use them, and they were absolutely fabulous. They were able to keep the situation calm till police officers arrived, and I want to thank CCPD for being so fast in getting them there and being able to get help to the people that need them. That being said, we need to remember that whenever we need the officers, they're there for our help. And I, for one, want to personally thank them and the 911 operators. But on a different subject, I want to remind you guys of some things. We have elections coming up fast and furious. And I want to remind the people of this city that each and every one of you sitting in those desks are up for election. And this election, I'll mark the day of whether we're happy with what you've done or unhappy with what you've done. And I'm asking you as council people to remember one thing. Do not use your positions to better yourself or to use your influence to help others so that they can help you out. There's such things as cliques out there and people that get together with other people to make things happen for them. Well, we will be looking at those things and we will be bringing them forward to we the people. It's time we know who sits there to help the people and who sits there to help themselves. May God bless you as you take your endearments forward.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Isabel Raisa.
Okay, most honorable, transparent, respected, and ethical mayor and council members, I am your humble resident residing at 326 Ponish. I'm here today to talk about my PowerPoint. How do I make it go up? Oh, here. I was actually here today so that I could talk about the sales tax revenue and how I would like that sales tax revenue to be dedicated to residential sidewalks. I was driving over here and just noticing on the commercial streets just how nicely the sidewalks get repaired when those streets are upgraded, and whenever the residential streets get fixed, if they get fixed, it's typically just patchwork and the sidewalks are left to deteriorate. And I just started started taking pictures driving to work, and then I asked people if they could share pictures from their neighborhoods. And so these are pictures of sidewalks from people's neighborhoods. And right now I know that the city says that the sidewalks are individuals' responsibility, but really this is public infrastructure that connects our community. And we keep spreading out further and further across the community without really developing and dedicating adequate resources to maintaining our public infrastructure. I noticed that Molly said that he'd like to people to look and learn about how our infrastructure and look to us regarding how our infrastructure looks and is maintained. And if you can see our pictures across the community, I mean, we're failing. Our city doesn't dedicate resources to maintain that public infrastructure, but we keep spreading and spreading and spreading. And those developers really do a shoddy job, especially in the new development, around quality infrastructure for the neighborhood roads and the sidewalks. And so after a relatively short period of time, they look really bad, and then it gets offloaded onto the people. And it's people can't walk. I mean, a good sidewalk could be a way that people could get exercise. We could actually use our sidewalks in the evening. I talked about how I have to walk on the streets when I use my neighborhood. And, those walking in the community connects the community and builds trust. Gosh, there's so many, they're not ADA compliant. And then it's like, developers can wipe their hands off and say, it's not our responsibility. And I just think that that's really unethical. On another note, the 2019 Water Conservation Plan has no information about industrial users. It said, the 2019 plan said that they don't have a robust conservation plan, so we haven't seen the 2023 one yet. You guys were supposed to vote on that, and y'all kept pushing it back. The other thing is you're going to do IDAs during executive session. I don't know why we keep hiding behind the curtain for super rich corporations. If they're so proud about everything that they give us, they should actually talk about what they want to be given to them in terms of those tax abatements and write-offs and IDAs. So thank you so much. I humbly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Anaisa. I'm sorry, just for clarity, Ms. Anaisa, you're a doctor, correct?
Thank you.
I just want to address you accordingly. That's why I ask. That's why I want to clarify, but thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much.
Melissa Zamora.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 454 Louisiana. So I'm here today to discuss about IDAs. I only learned about what industrial district agreements were a few years ago. When I learned about it, I was shocked that industry got these types of handouts, and just the more that I've learned since then. Giving a little background of myself, I grew up in Corpus Christi. I went through the public school system, went to Del Mar College, went to A&M Corpus, just picked up my diploma with my son today, getting my master's degree in science education. And so being raised in this place and noticing the issues, I chose to stay to try to make things better. And so I appreciate those of you who are up there that are actually trying to make things better for our community, working for the people, and not corporate handouts. And so I would like to express my concern for you all to push harder for negotiations with the public regarding IDAs, to receive more public input, as these industries affect all of our environment, our health, our economy. We should be able to hear and see these types of agreements that are going on for the public to understand exactly what is happening. These meetings should not be behind closed doors. What are you or the industry trying to hide with that? Why are we always applying for bonds and grants from industry instead of them paying their fair share of taxes through removing these or changing the industrial district agreement? There's something very wrong when industry gets tax breaks and we get dirty water and air and land. This again shows the public where your priorities are. And then going off of what I heard today about the conservation plan, we need a rigorous mandated plan, like telling people you cannot have lawns anymore. We need to go like Arizona style, where we're almost a desert area, like a few rain inches off, to where they cannot have lawns. They have to have xeriscape. It's like very stringent, not just telling people about it or making them think about conserving water, but making them, demanding it, because it's for all of us, right? But then Mother Nature has always given this area droughts, but when our elected officials are allowing oil and gas industries, other large agricultural practices to use the majority of our water, that's controllable. That should be better controlled. We can't control the rains, but we most certainly can control how we're capturing that, and we can do definitely a better job in large-scale rainwater harvesting, not just giving people rain barrels, but helping commercials, places, buildings, hotels, schools that have large roofs that can gather like hundreds of gallons of water for their irrigation needs, and just so much progressive change and potential that we have. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Can we please remove the word robust for the love? Good afternoon, public servants of the community and taxpayer-paid employees. We don't believe what you say up here, by the way, Peter. Reminder, we are legally allowed this opportunity to share our grievances with elected public servants, whether it is welcomed or not. We will continue to come here and to any other meetings to air our grievances, until we elect true community representatives. This is our community. This community is neither a slave nor does it belong to industry. You are all legally obligated to first provide the community with the water we need, legally obligated to provide water to the community first. This supersedes the obligation to provide water for for-profit multi-billion-dollar corporations. The community should know that Carlsbad plant that you all visited is very similar to the one that is currently sitting empty right here in Corpus Christi. The one CC Polymers could not get to function and finally had to file bankruptcy because of that. If there was any truth behind needing this plant, why not take a look at the one right in our back door? It is false narrative to tell the community that this would be a non-interruptible water source. The one in Carlsbad, still not functioning, and they've been trying to get it going since 2003. You also should be honest with the community by letting them know that this is going to triple their water bills. And this plant is not connected to a power source, so it's going to triple electricity rates. Not to mention, we have a guy that's running this, that's only been on the job for 4 months and is excited about looking into wastewater as a possibility for human consumption. Talk about moralists. We need to make a moral decision to request an environmental impact study. We need to make a moral decision behind this dais to put this on a ballot for the community to decide the direction of our community. We need to make a moral decision to stop selling water that the community does not have. I would also like to request the resignation of City Manager Peter Zanoni for failure to accomplish what he was hired to do. He's been incapable of properly maintaining assets, incapable of properly and efficiently repairing residential streets, incapable of cutting back spending and staying within budget, incapable of fulfilling public information requests in the time allotted and at reasonable costs, and incapable of keeping long-term local employees and high employee turnover. And in case you all didn't know, light wins over evil. Have the day you deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Adam Rios. Peter, for the record, Mr. Molly has been in his line of work for how long?
Well, about 24 years.
24 years?
Yeah.
How many plants has he built? 24 years, thank you.
Right.
It's a flyer that I'm passing around. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Just wanted to share some information on behalf of several surf and skate shops here in Corpus that are seeing massive growth and thriving as we speak. Just a reminder to the public of some things that are coming up. I know everybody here sometimes gets tired of me talking about skateboarding, but I want to just share some information about how busy things are about to get. This coming week, Triple C brand is hosting Skate Jam 3 in Kingsville. It's from 12 to 7. I'm a sponsor of that, as are at least 12 other skate organizations that are going to bring a lot of income to Kingsville this weekend, including tax-based dollars. Slumber Skate Company, locally owned and operated, is having their second annual Cole Park Skate Fest this Saturday from 3 to 7. So that's two major events in the area that are going on this weekend. Both competitions are free to the public and are going to have prizes, music, giveaways, and all are welcome. On Monday, June 17th, 10:30 in the morning, I believe the mayor, elected officials, city staff, or at least some of them, as well as all members of the community, are invited to the ribbon cutting ceremony for West Goose Skate Park, which I'm really happy and proud to have advocated for. There's going to be demos from all these teams and companies, including Boardhouse, Benjamin's, my company. This park in particular involved or included, I guess, a lot of aspects of what I believe to be a very diverse community. The momentum is only growing from that, and it's crazy to think that, you know, just over 2 years this journey started with advocating for skate parks. Also, the following, 4 days later, Friday, June 21st, Benjamin's and my company will be hosting Go Skate Day, which was a big deal when we got a proclamation last year recognizing the skateboard community and what we do bring to the table. That's going to be Friday, June 21st. Starts, I believe, at 2 o'clock. There will be raffles and giveaways, again, for the community. If you've got kids that are into skateboarding, or if you're extending your adolescence like I have through skateboarding, we're welcoming you to join us as well. We just want to showcase the talent that exists in the Coastal Bend, and if you haven't been following it, we actually have a few riders that won't qualify this time but could potentially qualify for our Olympic team in skateboarding in the next go-around of the Olympics. That's what's happening in the community here. Let's see, how much time do I have? I just recently spoke at the Antonio Garcia Arts Education Center. It's something that I'm starting called Barrios to Boardrooms, and it was an honor to speak with those kids and show some light on what it is to have an entrepreneurial spirit here in Corpus Christi, and to show that anyone, regardless of their last name or their socioeconomic background, can actually accomplish something, so long as they're willing to build bridges and include everyone in the community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. William Durrell.
Good morning, Council. This is the first time I've had a chance to see the new chambers. Quite nice, look good. And wanted to talk to y'all, William Durrell, 22 Hewitt, Corpus Christi, Texas, lifelong resident, Corpus Christi. Wanted to talk about the arena sales tax and seawall sales tax that everybody's starting to talk about. The original intent of this sales tax was to build the American Bank Center, which actually I'm a competitor of, and I was supportive of it then, and I'm supportive of it now. It's good for the community. It's good for the area. These City Hall chambers were remodeled and needed. An example of property ownership is exactly what y'all did here is what is going to be needed down there. In a year, we're going to have a brand new generational bridge that is going to open up, and every publication in the state, in the nation, possibly the world, is going to be taking a picture of that bridge. Our shoreline is going to be plastered all over every magazine construction, architectural, engineering. We have to take advantage of this, or not have to. We should take advantage of this opportunity to beautify. I sent each one of y'all a letter explaining about the sales tax and the need to reinvest keep investing in the downtown and the convention center. The DMD is proof of concept of what you can do over 20 years with what the downtown has now become. We started redoing Chaparral Street 20 years ago when I was on the DMD, and look what it's become. It's a destination. The Type A and B boards have approved tens of millions of dollars for hotels in the downtown area for the arena sales tax and the seawall sales tax to be reallocated in other directions would be undermining those investments that those boards have committed to. If we can continue to protect our economic development downtown, we will continue to see the growth that we have seen over the last 5 to 10 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. John Hendricks.
(622) Texas Avenue, John Hendricks. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I have 2 items today. Number 1 is Texas Avenue is being reconstructed, and whenever it rains, it becomes impassable. My better half is concerned that should an ambulance need to use our street on a rainy day, it might get stranded. Item 2 is Feast of Corpus Christi. This year, unlike previous years, the feast has passed largely unnoticed. The feast, and I state the obvious, for which our beloved city is named. Recent years have witnessed attacks on monuments, statues, traditions. My aim here is not to argue against my neighbors who might be ashamed of who we are, where we come from, nor argue against my neighbors who seem content to let Corpus become blurred and morphed into just another modern city, or those who shrug their shoulders while the ties which bind us to our forebears are severed, forgotten. Cemeteries lie blighted. Our port sticks Columbus in a storage shed. Alonso Alvarez's statue overlooks junkyards on Highway 44. And I mention Alvarez because tradition has it, it was he who named our bay, June 1519. Some modern historians smile, shake their heads at this tradition. They would have us believe that the Latin name Corpus Christi did not come from Spanish explorers in the 1500s, but perhaps from Baptist settlers in the 1800s. Well, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, being the proud son of a Baptist preacher, I can tell you that this new tale that we are now supposed to believe makes me smile, shake my head. Fine. However it was we got our name, I think we ought, as a people, to embrace it thankfully. The Feast of Corpus Christi usually falls on a Thursday in sweltering June. In the old world, in Latin America, there are places where it's yet celebrated with rose petals, marching bands, and much fanfare. And I appeal to you, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, from now on, let's please help our city to do likewise. Let's make it a big deal. Declare that morning a city holiday. Let's let everyone know that Corpus Christians, believers and non-believers alike, are proud and indeed thankful that we're the only city in the whole world so named. And we will remove all obstacles that might keep us from celebrating our name and our feast. And I give you many thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Jack Gordy.
Jack Gordon, I live at 8118 Bray Drive, and I live in apartment 109. And I'm here for the same thing that I've been here 3 times, and I'm not getting any action out of the city council. And the city council was elected to make sure that the laws are enforced. And the city manager and the city attorney both got 2 letters from the federal government, or they got a letter from the federal government and the state government, both of them, about illegal signs on these 14 roadways. And you got all of you's got a copy of it. And this, you got a copy of that. It's copies off the internet about the federal law and the state law. Those signs on those 14 roadways is each day the sign is there. It's a $2,200 fine. If the city council or city mayor and the city attorney would enforce the law, the signs wouldn't be there. They removed the signs one time, but they put them back up again, and nobody's doing anything. Well, there's only one choice. It's for me to write the federal government and write the state government and tell them that the city is not doing their job. They told both of them that the city has to remove the sign, and they have not been removed. So they're ignoring federal law and ignoring state law. And that's not reasonable. This city council, like I said, was elected to make sure that the laws are enforced. And those are state law and federal law. But this city council is not making sure it's enforced. And if you drive around the city, you'll see the signs. Those signs on the RTA bus benches that's in the right-of-way, they were mentioned on the 2 letters you got from the federal government and the state government, that they had to be removed. But this city council is ignoring it. And why you're ignoring state law and federal law? It's time to start doing something.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Are we ignoring?
We can just say for the record again, the city was part of the Highway Beautification Act, but about 4.5 years ago, the city council, after the staff recommended it, elected to withdraw from being a participant in the Highway Beautification Act because we could not keep up with the required documentation of the act. So we had the right to do so, so we withdrew from the act. So we're not beholden to any federal regulations when it comes to the Highway Beautification Act, because it's a voluntary program for cities in Texas at least, and a city has the right to opt in and opt out. We did both, and most recently we opted out. However, we still do enforce our sign ordinance on city public right-of-way throughout our entire city. And so we refer to those as bandit signs. So if there's a sign that says like house for sale or various things that don't have a permit, those are removed by our code compliance staff. So we still do enforce beautification across our city on all city public right-of-ways. But the Texas Highway Beautification Act, we are, by city council vote, no longer participating in that program. Therefore, we don't follow their rules.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. And our last public commenter would be Marie Lucio.
And for the record, Ms. Lucio is not a city resident.
I'm not a city resident, but everything that this council does affect me in one way or another. Okay. Marie Lucio, 4899 County Road 30. Why are we discussing industrial district agreements in executive session? The citizens of this area should have transparency with their elected officials. When did executive session and NDAs become common practice in subjects that affect our area? Everywhere I hear is executive session and NDAs, and the community has no knowledge of anything. The decisions you make don't just affect Corpus, but all the 7 counties that you provide water for. These industries who sit in prime real estate by the water fight water rates and county tax appraisals, causing attorney expenses, budget deficits in the hospital district, Del Mar, to name a few, which is under your umbrella. That is what this council is in charge of also. And other county program cuts while our taxes increase every year.
Thank you, Ms. Lucio. Okay, I think, excuse me, that concludes our public comment period, and we're going to go back to the city manager's report. We did have some lights on, Mr. Molly. Yes, so the next one was Councilman Hernandez. And this was, again, for the public to know, recapping on the trip to California to visit the desalination plants. So, Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, Drew, while you're over there, did you discuss what their cost for water is on a per 1,000 gallon basis?
We did. I mean, as I mentioned in the slides, they're generally more expensive than what they had on their existing supplies, but more specifically, their costs were in the range of about $10 a 1,000 gallons.
Okay, what about their specific water rates to their residential users?
Right. Excuse me. So we didn't get into a lot of great detail about the rates for their specific users, but I mean that was information that we had looked up before we arrived there. So in terms of like, you know, what are their utility rates? I mean, Santa Barbara is relatively expensive. I mean, they have 3 different tiers for water users. So they use a different system. It's not per 1,000 gallons. It's I think it's cubic feet or 100 cubic feet. But nonetheless, they have 3 different rates, Santa Barbara, and it was like $5 a 1,000 gallons for like the first tier, and then it jumped up to like $15 a 1,000 gallons. So it goes up quite a bit the more you use, and that generally is a principle and a practice that's applied in a lot of other cities. It's not just unique to Santa Barbara. So that was interesting. But you know, to the question,
it's a progressive rate, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and to something that Councilwoman Campos was saying in terms of the percentage of use of industry water, I don't think we've ever really received a complete number there. We've gotten the top 10 users, we've gotten water users that are in Nueces County, but we never got our total water system as a whole, both raw water and treated water. So in looking at that, we've never received, at least I've never received, a total industry use, which includes San Patricio Industries, because there's a lot of them over there that are serviced by San Patricio Municipal Water District, like Oxy, like Chenier, like Gulf Coast Ventures, Steel Dynamics, that use water from us, but are not necessarily counted because it's counted as a complete San Patricio Municipal Water District. So I think if we're looking at having a true number for what industry is using within our system, I think we need to have a total number of industry versus our total water that goes out to everywhere. So that would probably be the number we're looking at.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, sir, we have that. We showed it last summer, and we'll show it again. You're right, Sampat, in the past, we had a pie chart that didn't show the distribution of Sampat water districts. Right. However, based on one of our number of work sessions last summer, we broke that out, and it's in a pie chart form. It also has a table that has gallons attributed to it. So we'll get it to the council.
Okay, so get it to us because I have not seen it as
no problem. We had it. We worked with the council on it last year. We'll send it again.
Okay, so I may not have received it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we have it, so we'll get it to you.
Okay, so just send it.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Mm-hmm.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Drew, thanks for the presentation. When you were out touring, I guess, San Diego, in particular, the Carlsbad plant out there, did they talk much about, I mean, they had a number of problems a few years ago with that plant. They had to, shut it down, I guess, in December 22 to make some significant revisions in it. The initial cost was, I think, the numbers I'm getting here from the newspaper out there is $734 million, and they had to add an additional $274 million to make the revisions in December of 22, or I guess in 23, I guess, thereabouts. Did they talk about that, why they had to do that? Because I'm wondering if I want to try to avoid that kind of a situation here in our own system.
Right. Yes, they did talk about that. And in fact, when we were out there, and I just confirmed a few minutes ago just to make sure I didn't have my notes off, but they were treating about 20 million gallons a day of water when we were there that day. And right now they've been very fortunate. They've gotten a lot of rain, so their reservoirs are full, so they don't necessarily have to utilize that facility to the degree that they might otherwise have to use it in more drought conditions. But to your question, as it relates to some of the capital investments that they've had to make, so the facility was co-located with a power plant, so they utilize some of the benefits of having power plant cooling water coming into where their intake is. And so essentially what they're doing right now is the power plant is gone. The power plant is not there anymore. And so they're doing some pretty significant improvements to their intake structure. So those costs that you are seeing are related to the costs associated with the design and construction of this new intake facility, this new intake structure.
What did he explain? I mean, again, I'm sure that nobody wants to admit their mistakes, right? But we can all learn from that.
Sure.
So why did they feel the need to have to do that? I mean, obviously they did spend another $250 million to make those revisions. Why was that necessary?
Yeah, I mean, as I understood it, and somebody else on the team may be able to add a little bit more to that narrative. But one of the things that's interesting, and we saw this in Tampa Bay, is Tampa Bay is similar to Carlsbad in some ways in that it was located next to a power plant, and so in the Carlsbad situation, the power plant is no longer an active facility, and so
it's not even there. The power plant was demolished. And the power plant, like in Tampa, was the intake system. And so they thought, the people of the day and the contractors, their sub-consultants, thought that having a power plant pull the water in and then the desal plant takes that same water would save energy, save redundancy. In the case of Carlsbad, the power plant has been demolished. It's not there, meaning there's nothing there. So they have to bring water in somehow, so they're recreating the intake system with brand new construction. And our plan is not to do that. We're not relying on a power plant or anybody else to bring the water to us. And so that's a good lesson learned. Both Tampa saw that, where you have to rely on somebody else, some other entity to bring you water in. And in fact, at Tampa, they said it's a challenging risk because the power plant is not beholden to the desal plant, meaning the desal plant can't tell them, hey, we need more water, or why'd you turn our water off? They have no control. So in both cases, that's the result. If you partner up with a situation like that, then you have risk to include, you might not get any water because the intake structure has been demolished, or the power plant may turn off the water like they have told us they did in Tampa. So that's it.
And just to be clear, we're talking about building a power plant next to the desal plant in Hillcrest as well.
Not a power plant, no, a transmission plant. Yeah, just a power transmission system. The ones that we see in our neighborhoods, the metal structures that have wires on them. So there's no power plant, just the transmission wires, transmission system.
It's really a substation.
Right.
To help provide the power to the facility. Yes, sir.
All right, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for that clarification. And the only other question I had is kind of spinning off of what Councilman Hernandez mentioned as well. You said that this is Santa Barbara has a tiered water rate, or progressive, I guess he used the word progressive water rate. Is that progressive rate based on volume used? I mean, the more you use, the more you pay per gallon.
Correct, and I would encourage you, and I can send you a link to their utility rates. That's something that I find kind of interesting. Is looking at not just Santa Barbara, but just other utility rates around the country. What do folks pay for water? So that was one of the first things that we did as we were traveling up there. Was what is the city of Santa Barbara? What do residents pay? What do various rate classes pay for water? And so that was something that I thought was interesting. Is they have a progressive, like the word that was used, a progressive rate. So the more more you use, the more you're going to pay.
Right.
However, in Santa Barbara, there's no industrial customers.
Sure.
So in the 3 locations we went to, it's important to point out that none of them really had any industrial customers like we have here. We're quite unique in that respect. Not that we're unique in the country,
Right.
but of the 4 entities, then the city, Tampa Bay, Carlsbad, and Santa Barbara, we're the only ones that have a big industrial customer base.
Right.
The others are almost entirely residential. So we've talked about that. We talked about it with the folks in the room at Santa Barbara, which is that if we have large industrial users, a different system would have to be developed potentially if we wanted to look at that block format, because the ones in Santa Barbara is if you have a large lot and you discretionarily using water to water landscaping, then you would pay more. Our customer base, when an industry uses water at a large volume, it's consistent and it's to produce something. It's to keep jobs. It's to produce commerce for the country and the world. And so it's an entirely different setup than keeping your grass green. In this case, yeah, the producing and the use is consistent, whereas residential customers can have ups and downs in the use depending on the season of the year and trying to keep the grass green.
But I would guess that out in Santa Barbara, that the largest volume users, relatively large volume users out there, are going to be commercial interests as opposed to residents.
Probably so, yeah.
Right. All right, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Okay, Drew, I asked this question not long after I came to the council, and I've never gotten a complete answer on it. What are we doing with, I had brought up the fact that back several years ago when we had another one of these terrible drought situations, the city was selling affluent water to people who got the permits and they were basically going around and watering people's yards with affluent water that they bought from the city. So are we investigating that process? Are we doing that process? I heard once that we were not going to do it. So can you clarify where we are on that?
Yeah, and I may have to come back to you with a little more information on that, but that's certainly something that we have been doing. We make it available for commercial users, so contractors are able to take advantage of that wastewater effluent. We have a station at the OSO wastewater treatment plant where folks can come up as long as you're a contractor. I think there's some liability and potentially some risk in making that water available to the general public because it doesn't quite meet the standards that one would need to.
So what differentiates a contractor from? Do they have to have a special permit from the city? Or how is that
right? Esteban knows a little bit about it, but Councilman, last year we set that system up. We actually we had to build it. So
yeah,
there's a truck depot, if you will, just at the OSO, because that's the bigger plant.
Well, I saw the pictures,
right?
But
that's it.
Also, Mike Murphy said that they had stopped it, so I didn't.
Well, he didn't know. We didn't stop it. We built the whole thing, and we actually had some custom utilization of it. So it's at the OSO. It's a top loading system, or if you had a big container on the back of a truck. But let Esteban talk about it is different today, obviously, than what it was because of regulations when they did this back in the day in the 80s.
Okay.
But there is some requirements. So a commercial customer may be using it at a job site to keep the earth moist, say. So long as it doesn't come in contact with a human, potentially, right, Esteban?
That's exactly right. There's a process. There's a whole program that we have with CC Water that a person can apply for. It needs to be a business. There's proper signage, exactly, so that the individual knows what type of water is being used on this piece of property. I've just got off the phone this morning with an individual that has gone through the process, created a business, is wanting to use this water. So there's great communication as we move further through the situation that we have with the drought. I expect to see more of those kind of calls. It is out there. There is a process for it, and we're doing exactly what you had.
Can you use it though, Esteban, to water lawns? Back in
through a permitting process,
okay,
through a business, and then you can identify where those lawns are. There's proper signage that you have to put out, and then you could water that along with what you described as dust control for businesses and stuff.
Okay, good. So you can, Councilman Pusley, use it for lawn watering like they did before? There's a slight process that you have to go through, and some...
So the contractor can resell it to a homeowner that wants to water their yard.
Let me make sure. Let me clarify that, because actually the gentleman that is at OSO and runs OSO is Wes Nebgen. So Wes, maybe you can add.
Wes Nebgen, I'm Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. So, Councilman, to your point, your question, right now we're permitted for Type 1 water, up to Type 1. There's two types, Type 1, Type 2. Type 1 is available to use for watering lawns, parks, areas where people might come in contact with it. Type 2 is less pure, we'll say, and can be used for watered down construction sites and other areas where people are less likely to come in contact, which could be fenced off areas at night. You could water at night where people aren't, around. The issue with using it right now is OSO only produces regularly Type 2 water. One of the big reasons is we don't have tertiary treatment at the plant, which is a filtration system at the back end, which removes a lot of the constituents that are required to get you to that Type 1 parameter. So that's why we only sell it as
how's the
Type
golf
2.
course using it?
They do it at night when no one's on the golf course.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Well, see, so there's the answer to my question I've been trying to get at for months, is the ability for the city to sell effluent water that can then be resold to residential customers so that they can use it for watering their yards. If we go to, and I don't know where we're going with this, but if we tell people you can't water your yard anymore, period, and we may get there, that they have an option to look into. And so apparently what you're telling me is we don't have that available.
Not at this moment, no, sir. Not under our current
What would it
testing
take for us to get that available?
We're actually, I have a contract with Plummer right now that they're working on the exact testing procedures that we would need to follow to get to that level and what is required. But beyond that, once you sell to a private individual, the state does not necessarily always permit those. You have to have it approved. So if you want to come purchase water from us to go use, you have to we have to submit that to the state for approval, which means the process you're using, where it's going, everything has to be approved through the state.
Through TCEQ, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is going to make it impossible for people.
It's going to make it difficult. That's why we're looking at ways that we can maybe accelerate the process and simplify it.
Okay.
We're really in unprecedented territory. Most cities don't allow the use of reuse anywhere but for commercial use or construction. The ones that do allow it on residential lawns have actual purple pipe in the neighborhoods where the sprinkler systems are. You know exactly where you're sending it. And those neighborhoods are permitted through the TCEQ.
Okay. Okay. Well, that gets me an answer to my question. So we can do it for commercial uses. We can't do it for residential uses.
At this moment.
At this point. Okay, I wanted to just make some comments about industry here. Number one, there's a lot of discussion about what percentage industry does or doesn't use. And I guess, Peter, I would say, at the end of the day, what difference does that make? Just if we move that percentage 10% one way or the other, are we going to say, well, tomorrow we're going to cut 10% of industry off from using water? Secondly, the M&G plant didn't go out of business because of their desal plant.
Right.
That's totally false. And I've actually, because I took the time to go see them, the industry is all the ones I have visited have implemented conservation plans.
Right.
We, in fact, voted and approved at our last council meeting a conservation plan from our friends across the bridge at the Exxon plant, where they cut back the amount of water that they're going to demand from us.
Right.
And so all of that information we have at our fingertips. All you have to do is use it. So, I think that's all I have at this point.
Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Pereira.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, absolutely. He's got the title. Just a couple of things I just want to add, but, well, first off, I want to address this. I guess there was a statement as someone who was exiting that you've never built a water treatment facility, but how many have you worked on? I mean,
so I've been in the I got my degree in civil environmental engineering from Texas A&M University. I've been in this industry for 24 years. My last role was I was the director of drinking water for the city of Houston. I was at the city of Houston for 16 years, and one of the last projects that I did at the city of Houston was part of the procurement, design, and construction of the largest water treatment plant expansion project in the world at the time. So I've been in the operations and maintenance business for over 16 years.
I didn't know that. So how big was that plant? How many MGD?
It was 320 million gallons a day.
Wow.
Was the size of the facility.
Wow.
What was the construction budget, Drew? What was the budget?
It was the budget for that project was $1.75 billion.
Wow. All right. Well, that's commendable. That's very impressive. You ought to toot your horn more often. So I'm happy to toot it for you. Yeah, that's great news. Well, a couple of things I want to add. I'm so glad that we went. In fact, I just want to say it again that it was 4 years ago that I said we should be visiting these plants so that way we can get this idea. I think in my mind the answer about a public-private partnership, the questions that I was concerned about, and it's I believe Carlsbad or Santa Barbara. One of them said that they had to renegotiate their take-or-pay contract because there was an excessive amount. They were overpaying, obviously, more than they needed. And the comment is that, it was at that time an expensive source of water, and they had to utilize that first, and they couldn't draw down on it. And so then it started raining, and so now all their reservoirs were full, which was less expensive, but yet this water source that was much more expensive that they needed at the time, all of a sudden that they were stuck with this take-or-pay contract. So that's something that I know I was concerned with. And specifically, I asked the plant manager from Carlsbad, and he says, well, the cost of the water alone is already 70 to 100 basis points. He said, so we've determined that already. He said it kind of fluctuates, but he says no less than 70, but it's about 100 basis points. So that doesn't include the challenges that they've had with the take-or-pay. I know the one in Santa Barbara said specifically they did have some service issues, and they did have some challenges with regard to, I guess, where was IDE out of, their contractor? Where was their home?
Israel's their prime home, but locally they're out of Houston. Out of Houston.
Okay, but they did say that they had some difficulty obtaining some of the equipment, and that was the frustration because the contractual arrangement was there to provide it, and therefore that's part of the challenge of some of the downtime.
Right. Yeah, they had an excessive downtime on one of the pumps in the bay.
Yeah,
to bring the water in,
and that was part of the problem. It was the contractual arrangement that they had with their contractor, versus if they had to run their own facility, they would have had other resources.
Exactly.
And then the other thing they commended us for is also networking with them, because they said they had never done that, and they were very excited to see us there. They were very excited to see us there. They wanted to share with us all information. The Santa Barbara guy was very open about telling us every problem he'd ever had and said, we would have done this sooner. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to say so. Here's what we did. We met with the city manager from Santa Barbara. We met with a council member from Santa Barbara. We met with the congressman from Santa Barbara, Congressman Carbajal, Democrat. I've been a fan of before. I was excited to meet him. I wish I'd have spent more time with him. So those were the challenges of the P3, and I think those were the challenges that they had with regard to the downtime of the plant, because it was more so related to the other end. The other thing with regard to downtime is they said that some of it was planned. because of the fact that they've had all this diversification. And I think it was the guy in Carlsbad when I told him, or you told him, well, we only have one water treatment facility, and they have 3, correct?
Correct.
And they said, oh my goodness, how are you doing that? So I think that was what another thing is that, so their downtime is often planned so that way they could operate the facility. And the one in Carlsbad, I could tell you, I mean, it was a beautiful facility in the sense that the conscientiousness that they took, and so much that it was made available. When did they say they started the public tours? I know it wasn't right away, but I know they said they because they were getting demands for tours immediately.
Yeah.
So they were getting demands for tours immediately. So when we went over there, they had signs that talked about the process and the reverse osmosis process, and and the procurement and how the intake worked and with all that. So now they're much more conscientious about it. So that way, because they have so much of the public coming in to look at the facility.
Right.
The diversification, I can say how, I'd always been skeptical about the Evangeline, simply because I believed in what Friesen Nichols and this consortium that we had 5 years ago, that they came to this, and I was concerned about the cost of another source. But one of the things that as I said, that I walked away with that I think is important is they said diversification is key. So Santa Barbara, 9 sources.
I want to say 8, but
8, and then I think it was 6 or 7 from the other. Both of which, however, included recyclable water. Right. And going back to that, is our municipal golf course using recyclable water? Yes.
Yes.
And what about Veterans Cemetery?
I believe so.
Yes. Okay, that's good news. All right, just wanted to make sure. He brought that up, and I wanted to ask. So the diversification is key, and the situation with regard to the challenge that I think they felt that we were in an enviable position because we had a consistent water source of industry. Because their demand is consistent. It's better for their budgeting process, helps with their bond rating because they know this is how much water that they're going to use, and it's pretty consistent. I think the fact that we have these take-or-pay contracts in place is very attractive to our financial advisors and those that determine our bond rating, because now we have a consistent source that we know that if there's a challenge such as that we have with the drought, then all of a sudden then the revenue stops or the revenue slows down, it subsides. So I think and then having that more plentiful source, because it can be all the interruptions, from my understanding, were planned, with the exception of the challenges they had with the third party. With regard to the environment, the city council member that I talked to, and and the comment that they made is that no matter what your situation is, there's going to be individuals that are going to come and criticize them for the environment. They said that it took a lot of political fortitude because of the fact that despite all their community activity, that even though right now we're praising the fact because the Heart Institute says that we should put the discharge out in the ocean or out in the Gulf, and which is exactly what they do. In fact, I think we saw one of the discharge facilities on the beach as it was going out.
We did, yes.
And so we saw in Santa Barbara, and I think you took a picture of it.
We went right up to the site took a picture and a video of the discharge at the.
And the other thing, as far as with regard to the environment, in Carlsbad, the discharge is into a lagoon, of which then that portion gets moved out into the Pacific. The Pacific.
Right.
And one of the things that they offered is that they said they have 8 years of data. 8 years of data, and Drew, correct me. I know you keep nodding, so I'm glad that I got it right. But it's my understanding that they've taken all that data, and now they're going to take it for peer review. Right. And once that's complete, they're going to send us all that studies. But they said what they have right now, that they're gonna provide that for us.
Right,
So-
and that data shows no impact to the environment. That's the
Exactly.
key. They already know it, but they're going to compile it, peer review it. So 8 years of modeling shows that the quality of the water, the marine life around the discharge is no different than it was 8 years ago.
Okay, and you know, so which gave me a lot more confidence about the situation that we're doing. And then I think one of the things that when we were discussing the situation with the Inner Harbor, because of the fact that it's dredged area, that it's much lower and it's probably going to have a least amount, and it's an area that needs to be dredged constantly. So that was another reason that, that for positive feedback that they gave us with regard to the Inner Harbor. I'm sorry, I've got a lot to cover. I mean, I've got a lot to cover. This is all important information, as we've said. It's $1 billion, allegedly, that's what's been said, for a facility for a community that needs water, and I just want to make sure all those points are added. Because I can be a little bit more bold than our city staff can. So I think that was one of the things that they felt, that at that time, the information that we got, that the Inner Harbor was probably a more attractive position than the situation of which they had. Man, you threw me off, Gil. I was on a roll here. 8 years of data, I should just be highlighting this off. And I think we did learn some mistakes. The modular system which they used in Santa Barbara, I won't go into explain that. I guess we can talk to that. Another thing that they said is that, you know, having the political fortitude, as the council member has said, is that you can't conserve what you don't have, you know. And they went to a very unpopular program at the time they said, never use this from the toilet to the tap. And they thought they had a marketing company, I know we're criticized for that, but that came up with that idea, and but they do have a system with which they do recycle water. The other thing is going back to the increasing scale of usage. Well, part of the reason that they have that is because of the fact, and you may have kind of stated this, I just want to state it again, is because of the fact that typically those individuals that use more water, such as celebrities that live in the Santa Barbara area, have, you know, lavish lawns and estates, that they recognize that if that's what they want, that they're going to have to pay for it. And so there's inconsistency there. So that's another component of which that scale is one of which those individuals will, affluent individuals versus a company that provides jobs, and a company that we do know conserves, that we are confident that they conserve, that we know that they're using less water. We can track that they're using less water, that we know even though the facilities have expanded. And I challenge you, when you say how much water is using, if there's a way we can go back and see how much Flint Hills was using 10 years ago versus what they're using today. And I think Valero is in the same situation, even though they've expanded their facilities. So that's the other thing. And then with regard to fairness, I guess, that the statement my colleague made, that's relative. That's a relative statement of what's fair. So I think, once again, if you look at it from the standpoint of consistency, helps our bond rating, helps us to be able to ensure that we're going to have funds to be able to manage our infrastructure. And like I said, that they're going to look at it from that perspective. And I'm almost done, Gil. And with regard to a statement that was made earlier, with regard to the debt service, I think one of the things is that our bond rating has just increased. Basically, once again, our bond rating has improved.
Right. Yeah.
And then in addition, one of the items that they said, and I agree with this. I know I voted against increasing the water rates. But one of the things that they basically said is that, if you put the two together now, is that what increasing our water rates does is, once again, it improves our bond capacity, because then the rating company now knows that we're keeping up with regard to our capital improvements.
Right.
And that we're managing our capital improvements. So it's not bad to have that debt, Right. Because of that way, they're confident that we're committed to be able to make those improvements, to have a good facility that continues to run. Right. And that was one of the things that they brought back to us. They said, hey, we understand that there's an expense attached to it, but it's not a tax. It's a commodity of which you're paying for, and our responsibility is to diversify those so that way we can create all that balance. So anyway, Sylvia, Gil, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Roy.
So actually, Councilman Barrera just kind of gave me a good segue, because I want to go back and I want to talk a little bit. First of all, before I do that, I want to thank you and the staff and the council members and everybody that went out and had an opportunity to look at those facilities. But during public comment, we had somebody bring up the question about a percentage of debt service that we have right now. And that was something that I know we've talked about in the past, and I have a couple questions about that. You know, this is a situation where when you take on more expenditures, right, it's, at least in a business, most business models, then you want to increase your sales. But our sales, in terms of whether it be demand with our existing customers or new customers, that's it's a pretty that's a moving target. It's hard, I think, to project that accurately. So I want to ask a couple questions on that line. In terms of the debt service, do you have in your mind an estimate of where we're going to go? And I know that, I don't know if that question was asked during public comment, but we're sitting at 21.7%. Do we have an estimate in terms of, I know that the amount of time that it's going to take for us to be able to get this, if we're successful, to get this plant up and running is going to play into that. But do you have an idea, is there any concern, are there multiple resources in terms of what you can look at as far as, you know, do we have any possible grants in the future that we're looking at? Kind of talk a little bit about that debt.
So what I can tell you is and I thought that this was extraordinary in terms of some of the frank discussions that we had with the delegation in California, which is to say that a number of them, and we had a U.S. representative from the district in Santa Barbara that joined us, they were able to secure grant funding, and that's something that a number of other folks, right now there's a seawater desal plant called Doheny in California, and that is yet another desalination project that has a lot of opportunity for some grant funding. So their delegation in California has been very successful in working with the Bureau of Reclamation, which is the agency that would provide some of that funding. Of course, we've said all along that if there's other grant funding from other agencies, we'd be certainly interested in looking at those opportunities. I think one of the things that we've tried to do is to make sure that as we develop what the rates will look like for not just residents, but commercial users, large volume users, everybody's going to pay for this. We want to be real clear that at the end of the day, we may not get any grant funding. And so what does that look like? And if we get grant funding, to the extent we're very successful and can get a lot of grant funding, what could that look like? And we all know, you know, it would look a lot better if we get grant funding because it would offset some of the costs that our ratepayers would have to pay for. And like I said, I think what's good from our standpoint on this trip was that we were able to talk to the very folks in Washington, D.C. that support this project, have supported the projects that we were looking at in California, and have been very much advocating to try to help with the funding availabilities that are in D.C.
You know, and I agree, you know, I think California is on the forefront in terms of looking at some environmental issues, but when it comes to budget and their debt service, I don't think that's the model that we want to follow. And I think that's a fair assumption to say that. So I do think that we have to be cognizant of that during this entire process. And, you know, whether we go through a long period in terms of contested cases, that's just, you know, we're still servicing our debt during that time frame. Right. So I just wonder, you know, as a banker, we have a trigger that when it gets to this amount, you know, we stop. And I'm hoping that you have that number in mind to make sure that hopefully we never get to that point And if so, because I thought about this, will we have the possibility of increasing our sales? You know, right now we service seven counties.
Correct.
But if we are successful with this, I mean, we're not the only ones hurting for water right now. There's communities in South Texas that are going through the same thing. So I think we need to realistically look at that model, because there's a possibility that maybe we do increase our sales. But I want to make sure that we look at everything in terms of affecting where we're at the end of the day with this debt service.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're looking at that, Councilman, both having a bigger footprint, but bringing in new customers as well. We have a half a dozen customers that are ready to sign up. We just don't have the water to sell them.
Yeah, and I know that we looked at projected growth, and I know we've looked at that for several things recently, even in impact fees.
Right.
We've tried to really get a good understanding of what the projected growth of Corpus Christi is in terms of residential projected growth.
Right.
And I think all of that plays into this at the end of the day. So,
right.
Yeah.
I would just say, to conclude, and good comments, Councilman, I would say we're in lockstep with our financial group. So, you know, the folks that help us look at the cost, the financing, you know, we have that group in CCW, but we also have some folks that we work with in the finance department and our bond council. That's a collective group that comes together to make sure that, you know, we're making the best decisions for the benefit of our entire region and community.
Yeah, we'll be showing that to you, Councilman, as part of the budget process. We're not prepared today to show you percentage in the future, but we'll have that.
one other comment I want to make, you know, it seems like in the past, but not right now, and it just could be the time of the year, that when you take a look at Corpus Christi, the economic development, you know, we seem like we were really at one point in time moving in terms of possible industries or looking at Corpus Christi, but I know at least maybe other council members have heard more, but that's been fairly stagnant. So I think all those things play in terms of looking at the future and trying to get a good understanding of where we're at.
Yeah.
So, and I you know, I think it would be a good thing to have a updated presentation from Credco to kind of get an idea of what's on the horizon.
Right.
That would make me feel a lot more comfortable.
Okay. Good.
Thank you, Councilman. And to that point, and to Mr. Flanagan's regarding sharing the cost, right, to keep more control of the ratepayer. A couple of questions, Drew. So at what point are you able to say, okay, we're like, this is safely moving forward to where we can reach out to whomever could be in the horizon and say, hey, we've got this coming. So are you coming? Do you see what I'm saying? At what point? I mean, at what point can we do that? Because again, in terms of sharing, and we've not heard from other entities. Mr. Flanagan, I was going to tell you this earlier, we've not heard from other entities in terms of them willing to share in that cost. So I specifically asked that question. Doesn't mean it could change, but to this point, that has not been, no one has agreed to say, yeah, let's go in, we're partners, but I don't know about the financial part. So, you know, we'll see where that goes. So let's look at the horizon. Okay, at what point are you all able to literally sit down and say, here's what could be, now we're at a point where we can safely say, okay, at this point, the city will have this water available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's something that we think about all the time, which is to say, we certainly don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, right? So there are folks that are clearly looking to have opportunities in this region. Folks that want to move here, companies that want to have opportunities here. And so, you know, I think it's important that we at CCW, we're looking at that, making sure that we have the ability to meet those needs potentially of those industries or those groups that would like to come here and make Corpus Christi.
But there has to be a point. I mean, if we're putting out an RFP for, you know, looking at people to come design it, I mean, we're moving forward. So there has to be a point where you can reach out and say, okay, let's talk serious business because this is happening.
We're doing, right, there is, ma'am. We're doing that today, right now. We're talking to companies. We're trying to line up when they actually need the water to when our production will be in order. We're working on 3 sources right now, the groundwater and Evangeline, the
Right.
desal plant, and the Mary Rose improvements, and improvements at Owen Stevens. So in total, that was 100 million gallons
Right.
when you throw in the other desal plants or add in the other desal plants. So Esteban, part of his work with Drew is to time that. So people that are talking to us don't need the water like right now,
Right.
but they will need it soon. And so we're working that as part of our business plan so that we can have water when they're ready to start production.
Well, that's
Yeah.
to the councilman's point, though, then that's a piece we need to look at because
We
it
are.
is a revenue, I mean, we, the council.
Oh,
You
the
are.
council.
But
We'll show you that as part of the budget. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's a big part.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley, good points. We lost you. No, Suckley, here you go. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Since Councilman Hernandez only gave me 30 seconds, I'll make it quick. Very productive trip. I was glad that I was able to go along. One great comments and notes by Councilman Barrera. I appreciate you doing that, Roland. One other comment is with respect to kind of the ongoing success of our desal plan is, one thing that kind of hit home with me was all the variables that are involved in terms of ongoing optimization of the plant. And, we talk about electricity power being 20% or more of the overall cost of a desal plant, and continuing to stay cognizant of emerging technologies, improvements in the membranes, improvements in lots of other things that can factor into making the plant run more efficiently, minimizing the cost of power and things that do make big components of whatever that cost is that we have to pass on to the ratepayer. So, we're not done once this thing becomes operational to the point of discussions about the plant being down at times and some other improvements that are being made in some of the plants. Some of that is for that very reason. They've upgraded membranes, they've done things that have required them to have recurring maintenance and downtime. So I thought that was important to note. I'll keep it short, that's it. But thanks Drew, thanks great PDF for overall of our trip.
Councilman Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll also be very brief. And I, too, want to thank everyone that went. Drew, all your staff, and the council members who attended. I think this was a great thing to do. And obviously, from the comments from the 2 councilmen who went along, very worthwhile and a good educational process. I want to mention the Carlsbad plant. Over a year ago, I guess, I went and read, there's a whole bunch of information about how that whole facility was developed, and there's been a lot of false information put out here locally that the Carlsbad desalination plant was a failure. The problems that they had at that desal plant had nothing to do with the desal plant. They partnered with a power company back in the early 80s when the federal government came in and said, "Here, I'm here to help," and basically deregulated the power industry. We had these power companies spring up all over the place, and after several years of operation, most of them have gone defunct because the financial plans just didn't work out, and that Carlsbad plant was one of them. And so when they got in financial trouble, they shut the plant down, and the desal plant had been using, as you mentioned, their intake so they had to go put in their own. So it wasn't a failure of the desal plant. It was a fact that they partnered up with a power company that went out of business. So that's what changed their model. Also, Mayor, we at one time agreed we were going to have, to further y'all's points about potential customers, we were going to have our port members come up here at least once a quarter and give us an update. I think it's time for an update. Yeah. And they certainly ought to be able to share with us information about, I know I've talked to them individually, and they claim that there are people lined up wanting to come here based on our ability to supply the water. Peter, I would just say when we are going to just schedule discussions like this, we need to be smart about how we schedule this, because we are one item away from Rebecca calling roll. And so we haven't even made it through the city manager's report yet. And this is important information. We need a lot of time for council to ask questions and react on it, and we need to schedule things like this accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that's all the comments for this briefing.
Okay, great. So we have yet another item, Councilman Pesley and folks, to go over, which is water. And so this one is, we had not anticipated doing the recap, but I put that on after requested by several council members. However, what we did want to go over is our water status. This is an update on where our water levels are. Just to remind the council and the community, Drew and his team, as well as myself, meet with the National Weather Service every week, sometimes twice a week. So Drew's going to share with you our briefing from them as of Monday and share water levels, and then update us on projections when we might hit what we know to be a stage 3, which would be 20% combined resource levels in our western reservoirs. And then Drew may comment on some of the criteria based on City Council approved drought management plan that goes into effect. So Drew?
Yes, sir. Okay, we've got some slides that we're going to put up here in a second. There we go. Okay. And we will make this relatively brief. So the purpose of this presentation is just to give Mayor and Council an update on the water situation that we have, and certainly to highlight the fact that we do meet with the National Weather Service weekly. We have a very good rapport with that team. It's basically a meeting that we have built into our routine every week to talk to them and get the best and most latest information related to not just the weather, but sort of the climate predictology that they have to help us better understand what to expect. So, you know, this slide here is nothing short of just what is out there every day. We all know we get this information every day, which is essentially the combined storage levels of our western reservoirs, which today stands at 25.6%. I'm going to have the team just kind of hit the play button here. And what this is this is a kind of a footage of basically how the drought situation has sort of ebbed and flowed. Really what the takeaway is, you can see the dotted line, which is the dotted black line shows the area that is in our watershed or our watershed. And you can see that as we progress, and it's basically every 4 months, we've put this drought map up. You can see that, you know, the drought has continued to ebb and flow. But in our area, it continues to stay persistent. Yes, sometimes it gets better. As you can see right here, it's gotten a little bit better, but our watershed is still in drought. And unfortunately, what we found in talking to the National Weather Service is that the weather situation continues to be pretty stubborn. So this was something that the National Weather Service shared with us just last week. And really what the key is if you look, there's a lot of information on here, but if you look sort of in the middle, you can see where it has warmest, and it basically says last month, the month of May, was the warmest month on record. It was also the 24th driest month on record. And you can see, if you look under rainfall, sort of on the middle of the right side of the page, we normally get 3.38 inches of rain in Corpus Christi. We only got 1.02 inches. And I know one of the things we talk a lot about, and we're going to pivot here in a couple slides, you know, it's really not so much how much rain we get here, it's how much rain we get in the watershed. But this still gives everybody an understanding that we are behind the deficit, we are in a deficit in terms of rainfall. And last month of May was definitely not a good month for us in terms of the heat and the lack of rain. And one of the other things I think that is quite extraordinary is you know, it wasn't just hot during the day, it was hot at night. Some of the low temperatures were the highest on record. In fact, we had 16 of them for last month. So, and then you can see the heat index. May 9th, 117 on the heat index. I think that may be the earliest we've ever seen a number of 117. So here is a slide that basically kind of shows our watershed. And so the two data points that we use to help us gauge how much water we're getting is the Pleasanton rain gauge and the Cotulla rain gauge. And when we see rainfall there, when we see precipitation there, we know that that is a pretty good sign, because if it falls there and the ground is not parched, that water will run off and make its way into the watershed. The problem has been, and the National Weather Service has shared this with us, the ground is parched, and so what ends up happening is that water that falls, it generally soaks into the ground and it's not running off and making its way into the to the rivers. So that has been a challenge for us without a doubt. And so I think something here that's important to show is just what does the rainfall look like in the last 5 months. And what's interesting is you know, at least at Cotulla, there's actually been a little bit more rain than average for the first 4 months, but as I mentioned earlier, May was a pretty rough month, and there was a deficit of nearly 2 inches. And so if you look at the entire rainfall that's fallen at Cotulla, you know, just in the last 5 months, we are at a deficit. And then the other location is Pleasanton. And Pleasanton has been, it's been a little bit more challenging at Pleasanton. In fact, every month with the exception of one has had a deficit. Of course, no surprise, May was a tough month with the largest deficit. So the watershed has definitely been under stress, as shown not just here in the last month or 4 months, but even over that lapse time lapse that we showed with the ebbing and flowing of drought conditions that have sort of been pretty significant. They've kind of lightened up, but we've really never gotten out of it. And I think the other thing to point out that's important is that, you know, getting a little bit of rain, getting some rain sure is nice to have, but really what our watershed responds to is large, intense rain events. If you look at the history of how our watershed and our reservoirs get full, at least in the Nueces watershed, it's large, significant rain events, intense rains, and we're not getting these. In fact, the last time we had an intense rain event was August of 2022. And for those who remember that event, I remember it fairly well. I just moved here, and what was interesting to me was the reservoirs actually almost got above the combined over 50%. It didn't quite make it, but it was about a 9-inch rain event over a couple days. And so when we talked to the National Weather Service and we asked them questions, what is it going to take? You know, collectively they're telling us we're needing 15 to 20 inches of rainfall over a relatively short period of time to really get these reservoirs back to where they need to be to get out of drought. So this here is one example of what we see from the National Weather Service. They usually give us, this is typically one of their slides. And so what this shows on the left is the seasonal prediction. You know, probably not a big surprise. You can see where we are, and you can see that we're generally predicted to be hotter than normal over the season, the summer season. And then on the right side of the screen, you can see that, you know, generally they're being a little bit kind to us. They're showing us that we have a little bit of a higher likelihood that we'll be above seasonal precipitation. But frankly, we're so close to the equal chance. And frankly, even with that, I've noticed just in these discussions with the National Weather Service that we typically just have noted that when these rain events do come in, they typically kind of split our basin. They're usually falling north or south of our basin. So that has been difficult. And then this is a slide that many of y'all have seen before, but I think the importance of this slide is just to show that, you know, we're trending very low historically. The diamond line on the very bottom is where we stand today. The little hashed black line that's just above it is the minimum levels of the combined reservoirs over time. And so what you can see, generally all the lines which show different years of levels of the reservoirs, you can see all of them generally tend to kind of go down in the summer months. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise. And then typically if you do see a rebound, you tend to see one in August, September. That tends to be where we get most of our precipitation. Why is that? Because we tend to have more tropical activity. And so what we're hoping for is something tropical that produces a lot of rain. Of course, we don't want the wind and those kinds of things that go along with potentially those kinds of systems. So we're hoping for the rain part of it. So with that said, as I mentioned, this would be a brief update. You know, what's the outlook? So the outlook is hotter and drier conditions. We certainly have the 3-month outlook predicts above temperatures and really not significant rainfall, at least through August. Of course, we could get lucky and have a tropical system that drops some rain on us. The lake levels are continuing to decline. We have folks in CCW that look at this every day. Every week, we run a Fortran model that predicts when we would approach the 20% threshold. We have some folks on the outside who we've brought in to help do some peer review just to make sure that our numbers are lining up with numbers that's basically an independent source that also looks at this. And basically the numbers as of right now that we're looking at are showing about a mid-August timeframe, and that's assuming that we don't get something that is of substance. So, like for example, yesterday we had some rain. It did fall in the watershed, and today the percentage actually went up from yesterday. So instead of, I forget what it was, 25.6, it went up to 25.7, but it did go up a little bit. So, you know, getting rainfall in the watershed at the right location, even just a little bit, will continue to help us at least stay above where we want to be. So with that said, I know a couple things that are certainly on our minds are the drought contingency plan. That is something that we plan to bring to council next month. It is something that we have also a peer review is looking at this. We know that the drought contingency plan is not necessarily something that's going to be an easy palette for everybody. There's going to be some things that folks are going to probably be challenged by because certainly when we go into various stages of drought, there are things that happen. And, you know, certainly one of them in stage 3 is no outside watering use. And that is very clear in the drought contingency plan. And that's something that when we talk to folks who do plans in other parts of the country and other parts of the state, they say, look, when you're at that level, that is something that everybody, including commercial users, including our large volume industry users, including residents, outdoor watering, outdoor use is something that really should be eliminated essentially. And so it's certainly not a good place. It's not a fun place to be, but that is essentially what will happen. So that pretty much concludes my brief update to you, Council and Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We're going to reschedule all the other city manager comment reports for today. So that concludes the city manager's report for today.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We'll bring the other ones back. It's just we had to send the staff back to do some work. So.
Good job, Drew. Thank you, sir. Good job, water team.
Okay. Where's Norma? We're going to do the, yeah.
Start calling you the guru.
Okay, so there's been some questions asked or raised regarding some question on attendance for this next appointment. So for it to be cleared up, and I think we have Norma trying to do that now, but I don't want us sitting here waiting. We're going to postpone it until the next meeting, until it gets cleared up and everybody's on the same page, and there's no
This
question.
is for the CCRTA.
I'm sorry, for the
Those
RTA.
appointments, yeah.
Right, for the RTA. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that. I'm sorry, apologize. So it's better that all of that is clear and everyone's on the same page, everyone meaning the applicants and staff and attendance records and such. So we're going to postpone this vote until next week, and we'll put it on and make certain that there are no questions.
Mayor, why are we going to do that? I mean, is there some question as to whether the attendance rate is correct or not?
Correct. Yeah, with the attendance. So they're trying to work that out right now, Councilman, and it doesn't necessarily, it's not just our entity, it's,
Should have said that before.
we didn't know.
We sit here for 3 hours waiting on that.
Councilman, we didn't know. I'm not inconsiderate in that
It's
fashion.
on our report all week long.
I'm sorry. It was brought to my attention, and so I have brought it to the city secretary's attention, and they're trying to clear it up. I mean, I hear you, but I didn't know either until now.
Got to make that decision unilaterally.
Well, if you want to vote on something that you're not certain about, I wouldn't vote on something if I'm not sure that a candidate, that a person who is on the RTA, if they're not sure that the record is correct, I'm not comfortable doing that. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to anybody on the board. So unfortunately, yes, it just came to my attention. So Rebecca's office is working on it. I mean, that's all I can say. We're going to break for lunch, and we will.
Can they get that answer while we're breaking for lunch?
Rebecca, I know your staff's working on it. I don't know.
We can try, sir. Why don't we take the break, and then I'll let you know if we can clear it up after.
Yes, Councilman.
Clarification, are we going to vote on the first appointment?
Yeah, there is, yes, the Civil Service Board and Commission are ready if you care to do those,
We
Mayor,
can
and
do
then we
that.
can,
We can do that. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, we have a person here for item number,
yes,
what is it?
on the consent agenda, I think it's 19.
Item number 19.
Item 19?
Right. So I wonder if we could do that before we leave.
Sure, we can do that. So, okay, item number 19. Well, let's do the
finish
board.
the
Let's do
board.
that in order. We'll do 19, and then we'll go ahead and go. And maybe it'll be done by then.
Okay.
Clarification.
Thank
I
you.
don't know. Sure. So let's go ahead and do the civil.
We have the Civil Service Board and the Civil Service Commission. We'll take the commission first. There's one vacancy. And for this board, the city manager appoints to the Civil Service Commission with council confirmation. And for the other board, the city council appoints to the Civil Service Board. Traditionally, the same members serve on the Civil Service Board and the commission. And at this time, city manager Zanoni is recommending the appointment of Daniel Jorgensen.
You gonna put your light on? Councilwoman?
I'm just curious. May I ask why, Peter, you're recommending
Yeah,
Daniel
sure. So
Jorgensen?
Mr. Jorgensen is recommended by the existing Civil Service Commission members who know him. He works at TAM-UCC, and so his colleagues are recommending him, and he's an employee of our institution here of learning.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to nominate Jennifer Lehman.
Okay, are there any other nominations, or is this strictly, Rebecca, a city manager recommendation?
For the commission, it is a city manager recommendation that's confirmed by a majority of the council. So
We don't have nominations.
For this one, it says they're confirming his choice.
Okay.
The other one, you can take appointments.
This one being the commission.
Mr. Risley, is that correct? If it says it's a confirmation by the city manager, then would we open for nominations?
I don't know the candidates. I do know Daniel Jorgensen because,
Yes, and-
so following prior practices, we didn't bother to vet other candidates at this point. We could delay it, and we could have the staff review it with me.
Okay, yeah, because there's other applicants if the council at this time doesn't want to confirm Dr. Jorgensen. But yeah, there's interviews that are conducted for this board, and I know an interview was conducted. That was my understanding.
Right, so this is a recommendation by the city manager
Right.
to be confirmed by the council, and that's the way we have done this
And so we just vote.
historically. Yes,
Yeah.
I move to approve his recommendation.
Okay, yes.
I have a question
Okay.
before we do that.
Yes, sir. Oh, hold on.
And I've asked this question before.
Click yours again, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I've asked this question before. If we're approving this person that the city manager is recommending, and they're automatically going to go to the board,
Yeah.
then why are we even making recommendations?
We're not.
For the commission, for the other board, the Civil Service Board, the council appoints to that one, so you could make nominations for that. I don't know if I understood your question correctly, but it's just traditionally both people serve, the same people serve on the boards. Yeah, it just creates inefficiency. So normally, the same individuals serve on these boards.
Kind of like, we have other boards like that. at least.
Right. Rebecca, maybe explain the two if you could. So the commission oversees personnel matters only with police and firefighters, only sworn positions. I don't appoint the other ones because they oversee civilian employees
Correct.
who work, who I hire. So it would be somewhat of a conflict of interest.
Correct. Yeah, that's
So
the difference.
right. So
That's
this
right.
commission. Right, the
Service Commission.
The Civil Service Commission, the one we're on right now, where the city manager makes the recommendation.
Right.
That group only deals with sworn police and firefighter personnel matters. The other one, the board, oversees all other matters with all other employees. Yeah.
Classified service, that's
i.e.
right. Thank you.
civilian employees.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I have a question. Okay, so on this Civil Service Board, it says that can nominate up to 3 or appoint up to 3 persons. So,
Right.
but we have Jorgensen that is already.
Well, I just wanted to clarify for the Civil Service Board, we do have alternates who serve on that, but what the staff is requesting that the alternates be postponed for future. They just need to discuss those further. So really, it's just the one vacancy on both that we're filling today, that we were requesting the council.
Okay, because, I only see 4 names, so.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not enough.
Okay. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Zanoni, you're saying that you hadn't interviewed the other attendant?
Yeah, I personally haven't. Let me see if Rebecca, the Human Resources Director, has. Rebecca, did you interview the other candidates? Okay, so we interviewed all.
And so his recommendation comes from your department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what experience does a university professor have with police and fire?
So we're looking for someone who's going to be able to listen to what someone's coming in when they are looking to challenge. It really has to do with the wording of a question or whatever. It really has to do with the question. And so we have someone who's going to come in to be able to listen to the facts, listen to the argument, and then be able to qualify in.
Sounds like you need a lawyer.
Yeah, and can I add, Councilman, that Mr. Jorgensen not only is he a professor at the university, but he's a professor of public administration. He's a PhD from public administration from Florida State University, and master's in public administration from Drake University, and then he has his BA from another university. So he's a teacher of public administration, PhD'd in it as well. So he understands city, governance, the roles of the employees. He's recommended by his colleagues who currently serve on the commission, or the board, I'm sorry. And so those are the reasons that we recommended.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Everybody, please submit your vote.
Okay, was there a second?
Yes.
Mr.
Councilman
Barrera?
Suckley?
Okay, thank you. And your motion was to appoint to both, to the board and the commission, Mr. Jorgensen, Dr. Jorgensen?
I thought that we were
Or we're doing it separate? Okay, so just for the commission. Okay, I just wanted for clarity.
Yeah.
Fill one spot on the other one anyway.
Right, he's going to fill one spot, so I will amend my motion to accept the recommendation for both boards.
Okay, so it is for the board and the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Councilman Suckley?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So would you like to use the voting system for that, Mayor? I have something set up, or?
I thought we were. Okay, and yes.
Let's see here. It's previously been voted. Why did you? Okay. What now? Okay. Okay, do you see anything on your screen? No?
We
got it again.
Okay, let me do it again.
Okay.
I think so.
Again?
Is it showing?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well,
We could do it the other way.
yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second to appoint Dr. Jorgensen to both the Civil Service Commission and one spot on the Civil Service Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
So we have 3 noes, Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Pusley, and Councilman Hunter.
Okay. All right. So the motion passes.
Motion carries, yes, sorry.
So then, and we'll look into the other issue on the attendance, and if we're able to rectify that before the end of the
Sure.
meeting, we'll ask the mayor
Okay.
to bring that forward.
Great. Okay. The council will go into executive session on items 30 and 31 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. We will return shortly.
Did you want to do the consent item for number 19? I'm sorry.
Reconvene, sorry. Yes, let's do item number 19. Yeah, just kidding on that. Resolution naming the annex building at the Health District the Tex Viadial Vector Services Center and renaming the City of Corpus Christi Health Department Tex Viadial Animal Care and Vector Services Center to the City of Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Is there anything Katie, do you want to say something?
I believe the family is here today.
Yes. Okay, yes. Councilman Hernandez, do you want to say a few words?
Yes, this was brought to my attention. We had originally had the name for our animal control facility on Saratoga, named after Tex Villarreal for his efforts with vector control. However, we're moving the vector control back to the health department, so it didn't seem appropriate, and the sign was changed, and so we got some questions on this. So we want to make sure we honor Mr. Villarreal appropriately, and so we're going to be naming the annex over at the public health department for him, because that's where it's going to be housed. And so Mark Villarreal was his son. I'd like for him to actually say a few words on.
Your Honor, I'm Mark Villarreal, 7729 Lake Bakel Drive. I'm honored to be here today, and the Villarreal family is grateful. You know, my dad was a faithful public servant for 41 years, and he served under 17 mayors.
Wow.
From
Wow.
That's long.
God.
Actually, A.J. McCon, 1944, to Mr. Luther Jones, 1985.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank
And thank
you.
you for being here.
And I thank Councilman Hernandez and his staff for all the work that they put into. The family's grateful.
Well, we're honored to have
anyway,
his name.
We're very grateful and looking forward to the dedication.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
And when Mr. Villarreal said staff, he means Denise.
Yeah.
Denise.
Denise. What staff?
So Denise, wave your hand.
Yes.
We appreciate you, Denise. Thank you.
You want to make the,
I'll make the motion to approve.
we have a second? Please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Vadel.
Yes, thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, the council will go into executive session on items 30 and 31 per Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.087, and we will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting.
Mayor?
Hold on a second. Councilman Pesley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the execution of all documents necessary to settle the case of Raul Borrego as next of kin of Charles Borrego, deceased, versus the City of Corpus Christi and Richard Ray Ojos Jr. in an amount not to exceed $185,000.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your votes. Thanksgiving.
Not Thanksgiving home.
All those in favor signify by saying
There it is.
no, mine isn't up yet now. Okay.
Okay.
Stuck.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So we're going to go ahead and go back to our board and committee appointments and take care of the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority.
Yes, ma'am. So we postponed those until now just to take a look at an issue with the attendance. There was just some clarification that needed to be made on what counted toward attendance. Is it regular meetings, subcommittee meetings? And it is just regular meetings that we're looking at. So what's reported in your packets is correct. It's 11 meetings. And we double checked with the RTA. They're kind enough to come over and visit with us, and we double checked our records. So the attendance you have for all the members is correct.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am. So that was something we needed to clarify.
Okay, and for the record, Councilman Barrera is abstaining.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for stating that. Yes,
Right.
for the record, that's right.
Mayor,
I'd like to move to reappoint the board members as stated.
Okay, so the board members who are seeking reappointment are Canales, Coleman, Mamie, and Salazar. So that's the mayor's motion, correct, to reappoint those members?
Yes.
now which read that again?
So it would be Gabby Canales, Jeremy Coleman, Erica Mamie, and Eloy Salazar. And was there a second to that motion?
There was.
Who made the, oh, thank you, Mr. Klein, appreciate it. Okay. So Mayor, did you want to call
Go
for a?
Oh, we're not using this. You said
Right,
we're
because
not.
you said, yeah. You said we weren't going to use it, right, Mayor?
Right. Well, we can if it works, but we don't have to.
Okay.
I mean, if you're not, are you ready for it or?
Let's see if it works this time. Yes, ma'am, we can do it. Okay.
Okay, it works. Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, motion fails.
All right.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we reappoint Gabby Canales, Jeremy Coleman, and Eloy Salazar. And I would also like to nominate David Berlanga Sr. and Amanda Tiffany.
Okay, so do we need to do two separate ones?
Yes, our practice now is to do the reappointments first, and then we would handle the open slots.
Okay.
So
Well,
the reappointments, everyone, so it
So
was.
let's do the three, Councilman Pusley.
Right.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Since the reappointments failed, shouldn't we just go to nominations?
Yeah,
That's another way to do it, too. You want
I
to
would
just
ask-
nominate
I would
those
ask-
individuals?
we had questions about this before. I think we should go
Okay, but
directly to
Councilman,
nominations.
hang on though. Councilman Pusley you had your motion, I think, was to reappoint the three.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's
So let's do that. We have a second with Councilman Hunter, and then we'll do nominations.
Okay, so you want to reappoint, and then, because he's right, we can do it that way, too.
Right, but Councilman Pusley meant the three, so we're going to do that.
All right.
Rename the three that were
Okay, be Gabby Canales, Jeremy Coleman, and Eloy Salazar.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your votes.
Okay, give me just a minute.
3 votes secret.
Yeah, I know. Just a second. Okay.
Closer.
Well.
Okay, there it is.
Did I do it right? Okay. Stop.
Okay, the motion carries 7-1. So now we will open the floor for nominations for 2 vacancies. So we need, right, is that correct? We have 2.
Yes, ma'am, because we.
So who has a nomination?
I have one.
Councilwoman Campos?
Patricia Dominguez.
I'd like to nominate Matthew Garcia.
Who?
Matthew Garcia.
I'd like to nominate David Berlanga.
Anyone else?
And
It's 2
we have
spots.
2 spots. I want to nominate Amanda Tiffany.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so we have Ramirez, Garcia, Berlanga, and Tiffany.
Dominguez, Mayor. Patricia Dominguez.
I thought he said Amanda Tiffany.
He did, but you said Ramirez, it's Dominguez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
all.
Dominga, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. So we can go ahead and,
Do you want to use the voting system? We would do them one at a time.
let's
You
use
want to do
voting
it?
system.
Okay.
Sure.
So let's go ahead and take, I'm just doing it in the order they were nominated. The first nominee was Dominguez.
So we're only voting
What,
on that?
No.
we're not going to do the count total?
Well, if we want to use the voting system, we have to do them one at a time.
No, let's
You want to do that instead?
do everybody, right, we'll do everybody
Okay.
pick your 2.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. Those are the 4, yes, ma'am. Okay. So, Mayor, we would ask everyone to vote for 2.
Yes.
Okay. Where would you like to start? You want to start with the...
To my right.
Ms. Campos? Okay.
I vote for David Berlanga and Patricia Dominguez.
Garcia and Berlanga.
Berlanga and Amanda Tiffany.
This is a hard one. Berlanga and Tiffany.
Berlanga and Tiffany.
Berlanga, Tiffany.
Dominguez and Berlanga.
Berlanga and Tiffany.
Okay. Berlanga and Tiffany are appointed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, so that takes us to consent agenda, section I. Do we have any requests to pull any item for individual considerations, items 6 through 21? Councilman, yes, sir. Item number 15, pulled by Councilman Klein. Did, Councilman Suckley, did you? Yeah, item number 7, any other items? No?
We voted on 19, right?
Go ahead.
Item 15. Okay, I'm sorry, and 16.
16, okay. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 15, 7, and 16. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Please submit your vote. Yeah.
This is the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Minus the...
Minus 3 items. Yeah.
And 7.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So item number 15 was pulled by
Jen.
Councilman Klein. Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing a one-year professional services agreement with Del Mar College in the amount not to exceed $100,000. And this is for training courses for the Public Works Department.
Motion.
Oh, you're recusing. Okay, he's recusing himself.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Mayor, I had some questions on this one.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Specifically on this one, it's only for Public Works, but this is probably something that could be combined with other utility departments on some of the equipment that they're doing training on. And I had this conversation with Ernie with regards to that, to try and create those synergies. Have we discussed it with water or gas as to trying to get some benefits from this as a combined agreement as opposed to just Public Works and then gas doing it separately and water doing it separately?
Public Works. So we talked with CCW earlier today, and we talked with gas earlier. So CCW does use Del Mar as an option for training. I don't know if their contract was over the threshold to come to council. I think because we combined streets and stormwater together, so that kind of it went over that threshold of the 50,000. That's why we're bringing the contract. But it's almost like an IDIQ contract. If we have a list of activities we can choose from, it's not we're not going to be exactly spending 50,000. If we need to send somebody for specific trench safety or excavation training or anything like that, we can pull from those menu items and choose those. So I think it'd be the same price for CCW for us. It's just a line item.
Is it the same price?
I think it's just a per person cost. So
okay. Well, maybe this could be, Josh, you can put something together here for this, so we're getting the same price regardless of that contract. If water has a smaller contract, they may be being charged more. So if we can find that out, I mean, if we're going to do this, let's kind of combine it for everybody in the city that uses this equipment.
Yes, sir.
Right, and you could just pay for it out of their budgets. Okay, thank you.
You want to move to approve? You want to move to approve?
There was already a motion set.
Who motioned?
Yeah, I second.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, please submit your vote.
No, I recuse myself.
Okay, the motion carries 8-1. Next item pulled was item number 7, an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of 7 lots of surplus land located at or near 526, 528, 530, 532, 536, and 538 19th Street, 2 Thanksgiving homes for $10 per lot. Councilman Suckley. Oh, you're abstaining. Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote. Motion carries 8-1. And the last item pulled was item number 16, which is a motion authorizing change order number 3 with Associated Construction Partners to the citywide lift station repair for the Williams Lift Station located in District 5. Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, we kind of briefly discussed this a little bit in terms of what this project is, and because, I mean, it's a significant amount of money, $852,000. And just for the record, this is one of the projects that is on our audit schedule for construction audit. And could you please explain how this is, what this is, why we're doing this, and how it's affecting another project?
Sure. So there's actually three parts to this change order. And then just full disclosure, one of them is partially executed. So that's the temporary power. So they're having difficulty getting the electrical switchgear. It's a very long lead item, so we had them provide some temporary equipment so we could run off electrical power rather than bypass pumps. And so that was a less bad option for us. So that's the $75,000. The $150,000 is typical change order. It was some additional scope that was not identified in the project drawings, and there's some additional concrete repair that we need to do to address hydrogen sulfide damage. The biggest part of this, about 3/4 of this, is to put a bypass in that we can tie into with a future project that's going to replace the force main that goes from this lift station all the way to the treatment plant. Now, that project was just in the concept phase when the design wrapped up on this, and it was concluded that if we move that scope into this project, we could accomplish two things. We're going to save $500,000 of construction costs by doing it now rather than later on the future project. And in addition, we will, we already have a lane closure and we have a bypass going right now. If we go ahead and do that while we've got that in place, we won't have to do it again in the future.
Okay, so which project are we saving money on?
This is a future project that's coming to replace the force main. So we're doing part of that scope right now to get that out of the road. And
future project or an existing project?
Well, it's in the CIP, but it wasn't at the time that this project went to construction.
Okay, which project is it? Which is the future project that you're referring to?
Let me call it a lifeline on that.
Wesley Nevgan, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. The future project is the Williams force main replacement, 36-inch force main replacement. It's currently at 90% design and will be completed hopefully in the next couple of months.
The Williams lift station force main?
Yes.
So are you going to be asking for a reduction in that capital improvement plan of the $500,000?
The scope, yes, sir.
No, the capital improvement plan, right? So there's a page for that, right?
Right.
It's
and the page is based on
project number 20085A?
Yes.
Is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to reduce this one by $500,000 in the next capital improvement plan.
Yes, we will reduce it out, but the OPCC on this project is already increased to around $20 million.
The Williams lift station force main?
Yes, sir.
Has gone to $20 million?
Yes, sir.
Now, the original amount for that was $10 million?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to increase that by another $10 million on top of this, the savings of the $500,000?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Is there going to be projects that are going to fall off based on the need to spend an additional $20 million?
We can look at delaying other projects. However, this is one of, again, with consent decree, these are projects that are critical to meeting the mandates of that and the construction costs.
I understand what you're referring to. Now, just from the perspective that we have to deal with this on, and then none of that was in this agenda memo. It's just you're saying that you're going to have some savings, but then there was nothing to say you were modifying the other CIP page to reduce it, but now we come and find out that it's doubling in cost.
Right. Well, we don't have a final cost, so it's hard to say we can reduce the amount by the $500,000 we're going to save, but since we don't have a final cost, we don't know what we're reducing it to.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you're putting us in a position where we're spending this additional money and forecasting an additional more money for a future project, which would necessitate us raising rates.
Yes, sir.
Okay, or adding more debt service. So, I think you need to, when you bring stuff like this, whether it's a change order on this or coming forward in the budget, you've got to kind of prepare us on, because if we're just voting on this in isolation, we don't see the bigger picture. Okay, so we need to see the bigger picture in terms of how this is going to affect not only our rates, but our debt service. So, if you can come back to us with that information and then maybe a modification to that CIP page for the Williams lift station force main, I think that would help us going forward in terms of making sure we don't overextending ourselves, with these approvals and then not really having the ramifications of what that's going to mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So if you can get that to us, sometime next week, or if you can get it to us by the end of the week, that'd be fine, as to how this is all going to play out. And if you have anything else that's going to impact cost-wise, I'd rather have it earlier than waiting for the budget cycle, and all of a sudden we have this huge increase requirement for our wastewater rate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We have Councilman Hunter, or we have eight. Well, it's unanimous, but he's absent. Okay. Okay, well, that takes us to Section K, Public Hearings, items 22 through 24. Item number 22 is a resolution authorizing a substantial amendment to the City of Corpus Christi's fiscal year 2024, program year 2023 annual action plan reprogramming.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning and Community Development Department. We do have a presentation here, if you could pull that up, number 22. And so this next item is a resolution approving a substantial amendment to our FY24 action plan, and it will include the CDBG and home program funds. This amendment will address cost increases on several projects that have already been approved in previous year plans, along with adding one additional project that has already been designed and is ready to go. These increases will be paid with cost savings that we've had in our code enforcement staffing. Salinas Park, we had dollars that were, we basically had COVID CARES Act dollars that needed to be spent quicker. And so these freed up CDBG dollars that were already kind of earmarked for Salinas. And then we had in our home funds, we had a project, Almet Greenwood. That project is not moving forward in its current form, and so those dollars became freed up. The developer is still looking at the site, but they're not ready to move that forward. So we had some funds that, between these three, had become available and needed to be reprogrammed. This is the list of projects. The first four: the Little Martin's House, the Hill, Dr. Dilworth Pavilion, the Central Kitchen Generator, and the Ben Garza bathrooms. Those are four projects that have been approved in previous year plans. We're recommending additional funds be added to those so those projects can be finished. The HEB tennis complex and pool parking lot with additional amenities, that's the project that is already almost at 100% design and will be ready to go. And so it's important that we look at projects kind of that are more shovel ready, that can move quickly to construction phase and spend these HUD dollars a bit quicker. The estimates will also be better. So that one kind of good thing at looking at shovel-ready projects is they've kind of already gone through design, and the cost estimates are a little bit better. So hopefully we'll be able to reduce some of these overruns in future years when we apply these CDBG dollars. And so one of note is the HEB tennis, that parking lot. That would cover just the first half. We have additional funds that we're proposing in FY25 that could also go to this project to finish it. The bottom project under home, the single-family rehab program, that would add additional dollars to that program. That's the program where we have demolition and rebuild of existing structures here in our community. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I do have Parks and Engineer here, folks, too, that could address some questions.
Thank you, Dan. Councilman Pusley?
Where's the Dilworth Park at?
This is a park, it's not too far north of Salinas Park. It's Agnes. It's probably, I bet, a quarter mile south of Agnes, near as Airport Road comes down.
Is it a highly utilized park?
Yes, it is. It's surrounded by extensive residential development.
Okay.
It probably dates back to the 50s. It's an active community that uses it. There's a church in the corner. Bishop, he's been here and has spoke before. His congregation uses the church and uses the park on.
So we're just moving CDBG funds from cost savings that we've arrived at on some projects and moving them to other qualified CDBG projects to spend that excess capital. Correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Dan, we had talked about this a little bit, but we have the Littles Martin House, $843,000 assigned to it. And then we also have money assigned to it, proposed through our bond package of, I believe, 1.275 million, something like that.
Yeah, so you're correct, Councilman, but as part of the amendments, the changes we're looking at, we would take it out of the bond. We would take Little Martin's House out of the bond and fund it only here with CDBG, and then those monies in the bond proposal would be reallocated to another project.
Okay, how big is this house?
Yeah, Jeff Edmonds can probably answer that, or somebody.
Actually, I didn't have it, but I think the consensus over there was 1,500 square feet.
So you want to spend basically $850,000 for a 1,500 square foot house with no garage, right?
Well, the dilemma is that we're wanting to preserve the historical aspect of this. So, if we wanted to get the bulldozer and then build another brand new 1,500 square foot building, I could probably do it for a lot less. But unfortunately, when you're preserving that historical aspect, the costs are significantly higher.
So in terms of how this works, because anytime you spend over $20,000, you have to get professional service like architect services and engineer services. How much are those going to cost us? For a house that was never built by an architect.
Well, our rule of thumb is about 10% of the construction cost.
So roughly about $85,000 in professional service fees to renovate a house that's 1,500 square feet.
Right now, I do have the worksheet, Jeff. So right now, the cost for the AE services for the building as well as the roof is $51,000.
For the roof?
Yeah, the place needs a new roof.
Okay, then what about the rest of the building?
Yeah, the roof is $8,500. The rest of the building is $43,000.
So is that for the architectural services, or does that include engineering?
That's just the A&E services. So engineering is additional dollars.
So if it's only 51, did you say?
Yeah, 51.7 thousand.
So if you take that out, you're still going to spend nearly $800,000 on renovating a 1,500 square foot house.
Right, correct. If we decide to do that, if the council decides to do it. Actually, the new probable cost estimate is north of that. It's more than that. It's closer to $1 million.
Okay, so $1 million for a 1,500 square foot house.
Yes, sir.
With no garage.
That's correct.
Anybody else see a problem with that?
We kind of do. It's a historic home, so the project scope, and do we have those pictures? We're going to show you the pictures because the home inside is completely gutted at this point. It's a historic home, so to rehab the entire exterior, to seal it, put in all new windows, new front door system, new roof, and then rebuild the interior.
And bring it up to code.
And then do all the site work outside, sidewalks, parking lot, ADA, ramps. That's the price. So there's various iterations we could do. I've heard the number of 500,000. That'll only get us the outside rehabilitated with some minimal interior work. So it still wouldn't really be usable. The other options include just not doing it, building a brand new one at a much lower cost.
You know, if you build a brand new one that's replicating this one, it might be less expensive.
No, it probably will be. Yeah.
No, there's no doubt about that.
What's that, Jeff?
There's no doubt we can start.
The question is, do we want to preserve the historically significant home and have it reused for NAACP's headquarters? There's a lease that has been expired for some time now. They had the lease for many years, or not.
Excuse me, but Peter, no one's recommending rebuilding it, or I've not heard that yet. It's been about preserving, so.
Well, the interior, right, so when we had the Winter Storm Uri, this home, because the current tenant didn't turn off the water, actually there was a water line that was installed that was against the contract. That water line exploded and the whole home became water inundated, and then there was mold inundation. And so right now the interior of the home has nothing in it. We can show you pictures. Now, on top of that, the building envelope, the roof, the windows all need to be replaced. So if we want to preserve this historic home, somebody can speak to the historic significance of it. That's the price.
It's what?
That is the price, $1 million.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
This is the first African-American owned home in Corpus Christi, and some other historical facts is actually the Little Martin's house said they were the first baptized Catholics, black Catholics in the Corpus Christi area. So there's just some other things, and it was headquartered at NAACP office for a while before, I believe, 2021. They were out after the incident with the mold.
So have you spoken to them, or has anyone spoken to them about, the rebuilding versus?
Spoken to.
Well, I don't know who is.
Well, NAACP is.
He did.
You want to know when we were going to get it done.
And who was the tenant that allowed the water?
The NAACP and the prior leadership, though. Yeah. Prior leadership, but the NAACP has held the lease for right on how long. But.
Yes, sir. And the home was moved to Heritage Park in 1986, I believe.
No, it's not. Well, yeah.
It's part of the whole, really, it's, yeah.
There's more than one house there at Heritage Park. And, this is, I didn't know the history of how badly it was damaged and, how, horrible that situation is. I understand that it's, but it's hard to justify spending that kind of money on a house of that size. I understand there's some historical significance. It'd be cheaper to look at have it redesigned in the same fashion that it was, and as opposed to try and fix something that is falling apart. Maybe reutilize some of the materials that are in it.
Well, I think we need to have that conversation. He goes, rebuilding versus there's big difference. It depends on what's wanting, what is the goal here to preserve. I hear what you're saying, but, once it's gone, it's not a historic home.
The fact that it was damaged the way it was, I think, is the key issue. Can it be salvaged for a reasonable amount of money, or would it just be better to use the same footprint, the same design, and rebuild it, preserving that history and that information, as opposed to, a piece of wood or, some nails that put it together. I think it's more the actual house and the history behind it, as opposed to the actual materials in it. But like I said, I think it's challenging to spend that kind of money on on this when that money could be used to help fix somebody's home. I mean, anyway, I have an issue with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley?
Well said, Councilman Hernandez. I kind of feel the same way. Spending $600 a square foot to rebuild a house like that when we could literally build a brand new 4,000 square foot house for that same price. And I guess to the point of if we do decide to reconstruct it, are the materials going to be similar to what has been in existence? So are we going to do the old wood siding? And so there's another concern that does not last anywhere near what some of the current building materials last. So is the city going to be revisiting this again in another 15 or 20 years? I've done a lot of those wood siding houses, and I end up revisiting them 10 or 15 years later. So to spend that kind of money to try and, and I understand the historical significance, but I think we ought to look at options, alternative options. And I even talked to Peter about it last night a little bit, and I'd like us to maybe look at Heritage Park overall and kind of figure out what the long-term plan is for that, because to the point mentioned already earlier is we have significant dollars in the bond coming up that we're looking at allocating to fix other houses in Heritage Park. So before we start spending $3.5 million fixing up old houses that we're not really sure what the long-term plan is, I'd like us to figure that out. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Pusley?
Well, you're both correct. We do need, and I've been saying this for a long time, we do need a long-range plan for Heritage Park. What we're going to do, how we're going to fund it, all of those questions need to be answered. We need, here a couple of meetings ago, we approved tearing down one of the houses at Heritage Park because it was beyond salvage. So we need to determine if there's any more of those houses in Heritage Park that are beyond salvage. But I will say this, because I've argued this point with the Texas State Historical Commission ad nauseum about, rebuilding versus saving what you have, and they have a different perspective, as I'm sure will our own local historical commission, and Mr. Klein's heavily involved in that as well, too. So when you talk about saving something that has a historical significance, tearing it down and rebuilding it doesn't have the same value to them. And our landmark commission will probably have something to say about that as well. But I agree, you spend this kind of money on a 1,500 square foot house that was built in what, the 1930s or
1915, I think.
Yeah, older than that then. So, but these are CDB, I always say it wrong, CDBG funds.
Community Development Block Grant.
Yeah, they're block grants. So you just have to make that determination. But I think the NAACP, at least they've indicated to me that they have an interest in moving back in there if we make it available.
That is the truth.
But, and so I'm happy to withdraw my motion for this whole thing and take that out if the council wants to have further discussion about this. But it's a difficult answer no matter how you go about it. Now, I would say this, Heather, we really, if we decide we want to save this building, we really ought to contact the Texas Historical Commission, explain to them, write them up a paper about what this is about, what the historical significance of it is, and see if they'll come up with a grant to help us do this work. Because this to me would fit right up their bailiwick of wanting to save a historical facility. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Councilman Pusley. And there's few people in this room that know how the Texas Historical Commission work than Councilman Pusley. Did we, I know someone already asked this, sorry. Did we speak to the NAACP and ask them if they would want a bigger facility or if they want it to be preserved?
I've never heard of the bigger facility. I think they want Little Martin's house.
They want Little Martin's house. And a lot of those groups that represent those different houses, they all want their, yeah.
Yes, sir. And we've met for 2 years with Jeremy and then AACP and some.
Yeah, they approached us also about a year ago.
Yes, sir.
Well, I wish one of them was here to talk to us, otherwise we might have to, table this?
Let me ask you this too. How many of those homes are leased out to whomever?
We have, obviously, the Instituto, the Lichtenstein House, Sidbury House, CCPD is in. Guggenheim is vacant, Little Martins is vacant. Let me go through.
Further down in the corner is the Tex-Mex former train station that the Buccaneers Commission had been leasing.
So it's a good handful.
Yeah, and then we'll be tearing down the Steamboat House, which is the one Councilman Pusley was talking about.
Mhm.
That one was never activated when
Right.
the city accepted it back in, I don't know when.
Yeah.
But it's so unsafe that I can't even get a picture of the inside. The people aren't allowed to go inside. So we're going to have to tear it down. It has historical significance, but we don't have the money to fix it. So we're just waiting on one final right step, and then we'll tear it down.
We had some pictures of the house, but it was through a drone that the police let us use because it was not safe.
Yeah, I just say that to say it's just gone. It's far beyond even salvageable. But there's a number of homes.
Yeah.
Dan McGinn looked at it. We didn't quite finish it, but we looked at a study of the Heritage Plaza to see what could we do with that. Could we have the private sector take it over, and then they lease it for nominal amounts of money, and they program it and make money for them and even the city. The city, we don't, the reason it looks like it does is we don't have the ability to manage this. Homes built in 1800s that nobody has a real use for. We can't even manage, brand new stuff. So it's just, this is a bad setup that we inherited, and we're trying to work through it.
Well, and the reason.
There's 8 facilities that are leased out.
Okay, and the reason I asked is because of we're where we are because of what happened, the damage that took place. And from my point,
to
the
some
water,
extent,
for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And so my whole reason for asking is, do we do regular inspections to go check
we do.
the house?
Yeah, the reason we're looking at like the roof and the exterior and the windows is because of the inside. So that we hired a consultant to say, what do we do with this building? And we thought it was just, how do we rehab the inside? They said, no, you got a lot more to do than just that.
Right.
So that's why it became more apparent.
But I thought that was because of what took place.
Yeah, that's right.
So how did we find that happened?
Had that not happened, we probably wouldn't be here right now.
With the mold mitigation.
Yeah, it would be, there'd probably be some minor maintenance. If the roof leaked, we may have patched it.
But the other homes, we do inspection, I mean, we go in
Yeah,
to
we do
make sure.
inspections, but there's minimal dollars to do anything with them,
Yeah.
Asset management did some upgrades a couple of years ago with some bond monies, and that was a big help. The Galvan house.
Right.
And the one next to it, kind of in that square, to keep them preserved, and utilize them.
Well, right.
But I don't know, Dan, if they, when we did that partial study, if they looked at the integrity of the buildings and what's the probable cost estimate to bring everything up to speed. It's got to be in the multi-millions.
Okay. So is there a timeline for these monies to be allocated or used, or before we lose them?
Yes, we do need to get these monies allocated and spent. And so one alternative, if there wasn't, if you wanted to pull the spending from the Little Martins home, we would recommend that you put it into the HEB tennis complex. Because as I mentioned, this 449 is only the first it covers just the first half, and we were going to allocate additional funds from FY25 to complete that project. So we would recommend, if the choice was to not fund the Little Martins, would be to move those dollars to the HEB, and then that would give us some options in the FY25 plan to look at some other projects that could be funded with those dollars that would have gone to the HEB. So
I see.
And that plan will be back to y'all in July 16th. So we'll have some recommended options when we present that.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
I know it's going back, hindsight's 2020, but or do we require insurance from our tenants? Or do we have insurance on the property for something like that? Or was it not subject to any type of claim? I mean, it's one of our assets. Or is it fall
Under
below?
our
Or
current contracts, it's standard for insurance.
so the leasee or the organization at the time didn't have insurance?
No.
Okay. So here's a couple things. Number one, I support moving forward. Number two, I mean, when you lease out a property, if you don't audit it on a regular basis, it's your own liability, and I mean, it's an asset that belongs to the city of Corpus Christi. And I mean, if it's an asset that we want to continue to preserve, I mean, I would argue that I would have kept the Coliseum. I wouldn't have torn it down, but it was our fault for not the Memorial Coliseum, and for those of you that are from San Antonio. But the thing is if we allowed it to fall in disrepair, that could be argued too amongst the courthouse, the old county courthouse. So I know there's been attempts to try and repair it. I mean, this is an asset that needs to be, that it's a historic asset that needs to be preserved. I mean, that's just the whole bottom line. If we find another alternative, I mean, we're just voting for the funding to be moved. Just like the funding that we had here was for the development on, let me go back to the presentation, was originally for the development on Greenwood and Galahar, which everybody here supported greatly. So if for whatever reason we find another alternative, we can reassess the funds and do another budget amendment. So I think we should move forward with what we have right now. And I think specifically, I mean, we've got this single-family home rehabilitation program that we've had a waiting list for how long? Where's Jennifer?
20 years.
10
20
years.
or 10?
Yeah, 10 years. 10 years, and so we've got people that are anxious, and now we've got this opportunity to go ahead and spend these funds to use that. So, and I think, number one, if we keep it here, then it allows us more flexibility with the bond project. Because, I mean, by putting it in with a bond project, then, I mean, I know we'll argue that out later, but typically no one's voted against parks when we've had something out there for parks. So I think it's more prudent to have here, we have more flexibility versus putting it on the bond project. So I support leaving it the way it is, and I think we need to repair the house, and I think we need to hold ourselves accountable to ensure that our tenants and our tenants, and then we have a demographic, or we have a group, historically disadvantaged group that we need to preserve this house. We need to preserve this house on their behalf. So obviously, I'm going to support leaving it the way it is.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Roy.
So I think there's a couple issues here. First of all, I think at least, and I've talked to several people just being in banking and dealing with homes, that when people have remodeling projects for historical homes, they cost a lot of money. Trying to duplicate and trying to do the things that it takes based on how that home was built back in 1915 or whatever, and looking at our materials and the way we do things here, it's expensive. One of the things I heard somebody say is that let's go ahead and try and replicate the home. But in actuality, I think it would probably cost as much or more to try to replicate it, because you've got to go out. There's just certain things in a home, 1915, the exterior, that you just can't replicate it nowadays without spending a lot of money, in my opinion. But I do think that we need to really take a good look at where we're at with Heritage Park, because if I remember right, wasn't there another incident in Heritage Park? Somebody was smoking and burnt one of the facilities down. Maybe that was before your time, but I think when I don't recall that.
Which one?
I'm not aware of that, sir. I don't.
Or they had some issues with it, but I think it was due to one of them caught fire. Anyway.
Yeah, it was a back porch area that was caught fire because of somebody smoking on it. Yeah, one of the houses.
I know my senility is not kicking in yet, but so we've got a risk here. We have to, and the other thing is that I think if we go out there and we put a new structure amongst all the historical ones, I don't know if that would look right either. What are we trying to do there? I agree with Peter, though, in terms of looking at the fact that are we managing it to the best of our abilities? Probably not. Would it make sense at some point in time to, would businesses, law offices, whatever the case is, doctors, would they, if somebody saw value in that, if we sold them or leased them or whatever and had them be responsible for it, maybe we could look at that later on. But I do think we need to look at something and come up with a plan for that area overall. In this particular instance, because we're just moving money right now, I don't think we need to hold this up. I think we can move the money, but in the interim, I think we need to have some kind of a solid program or in place to understand what we're going to do with Heritage Park, because those homes are deteriorating rapidly, and it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money, and now we have more vacancies than we have occupancies, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not good either, because those homes are just sitting there. So they're subject to vandalism, somebody getting in there, That's my only recommendation. I don't think in this particular case to hold up transferring those funds, but I do think before we go too much further, we need to have a plan.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
well, I just mentioned the work that Peter had mentioned. We did do a study, and it did look at all the houses, some high-level cost estimates. It did look at footprint and square footage and kind of assign what would maybe be the highest and best use of the structure. And you're right, some were office space, some could be like a bed and breakfast, coffee shop, retail, and it did kind of assign just based on the footprint of the building, where it had bathrooms, where bedrooms were upstairs, what made the most sense for each particular structure. So we do have some background work that has occurred on each of the buildings.
But you never finished it.
It transitioned, kind of Hunden had started to look at more of a site plan of how to maybe the building should be laid out that would complement that, but that was, the base of the work is there and ready for us we could kind of run with what we have and develop kind of a better plan from that.
Sounds like a good start. I think what we need to do is staff needs to come back and brief council on what you think its best use is and what are some of our options.
We agree, Councilman. Yeah.
I'd like to second Commissioner Councilmember Chairman Pusley's motion, but I kind of want to hear what.
Yeah, we're gonna open public comment.
There was a second already. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, well, hang on. You did?
I'm done.
All right. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. I think Councilman Roy and Benetta made good points. Historical structures are rarely cost effective in the short term, but I think in the long term they are. At some point in the past, somebody made the decision to refurbish the Alamo. And you can say the same thing about Monticello or about the Castle of Henry IV in southern France. And that's, I think, something that attitude that's been kind of lacking here or minimized here in Corpus Christi. I think we need to kind of change that attitude. I am concerned about using CDBG funds for this because I know there's a huge need to use those funds elsewhere as well. But in this case, I do think it's a worthy cause. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. We have Councilman Hunter.
Oh, sorry, I already said mine.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez, and then I'm going to open public comment and hear from Mr. Jeremy Coleman, who's with us. Go ahead. Oh.
Okay, in terms of looking at this, I mean, this is not covering the full expense. I mean, Peter, how much was that total?
Today I received the probable cost estimate of $1.07 million. That's all in. That's design, construction, A&E oversight. So
Okay,
1.1 million is basically the total cost. This was just in recently, so it was before Dan completed. It came in after Dan completed his work.
Right.
So we have some choices. If council approved the budget at this amount, we could scale back to this amount or have a phase 2 in the construction somewhere for the difference.
So I'm looking at this from the realistic standpoint. If we had a fire and it burnt down, what would the options be? Would we rebuild it? Would we not do anything? I mean, we're talking about something that was structurally damaged and caused, from, negligence from the tenant. But I mean, what would happen? What would we do if that was the case? We just wouldn't do anything, right?
We would probably, right, if it was extremely damaged and it was unsafe.
Kind of like the steamboat. house, right?
Right, we
We're
just
not gonna
demolish it, yeah, at that
We're going to demolish it, we're not going to do anything, we're not going to rebuild it some other way.
Right, if it's pretty much gone, if it's burnt up, right, it'd be, probably have to rebuild the whole thing at that point.
Right, so I'm just, to that point, to Councilman Klein, there's so much need, and we have this 10-year waiting list for this funding for people that actually live in the community for these funds. Is it the highest best use? I mean, if we're just going to assign it for now and look at how we can best utilize the funding, I mean, I guess we can go forward with that. But I mean, it's very difficult when you have a structure that's been damaged that significantly.
Yeah, one option, the initial option that we were working through a year and a half, 2 years ago was just to preserve it. So that means make sure the exterior is secure from moisture intrusion, that type of thing, new windows and a new roof. But as we continue to work with the NAACP, they express interest in wanting to go back into that exact home. And so the next step would be getting the inside ready for that. So that's why the price has gone up. But as we heard here, there's vacant homes in Heritage Plaza, so Heritage Park, so there could be others that the NAACP could use. And we could get the outside ready to go and figure out what to do next at some other point.
And we have the vacant building that the Buccaneer Commission used to have?
That one's not usable though, yeah, that's that Tex-Mex building and that's in the bond program it's not, it's.
So that one's bad too?
That's probably worse than this one.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of Jeremy's plan, is he wants to be somewhere temporarily and then move into Little Martin's.
Yeah, we have, how many vacant homes are in Heritage Plaza?
4, I believe, sir.
4, right. Like the Visit Corpus Christi was occupying 2. They vacated years ago. There's no reuse in those. So
we officed out of there for a bit.
The Parks was in there until we moved them into office space. So that's an option if the council wanted to consider it. We're just giving you options, which is we can
come back with us an option. Like I said, I think Councilman Budet had mentioned that we assign the money, but come back and give us options, because I don't think what we're talking about, spending $1 million on a 1,500 square foot house is
so
it's hard to defend.
I mean, today we're moving money and we're moving forward with, this particular house, but along the same, which is not necessarily what we're voting on. Clearly, we need to see what could be the plan. And that's not only what somebody mentioned about, retail or law firms or what have you. It's really about what is the cost of maintaining these homes, and what does that cost us, and then what are we doing with them, right? What is the plan?
Yeah.
So I think y'all can maybe work on that and say, okay, here, council, here are your options.
Yeah.
And those are movable homes as well. They were moved to Heritage Park at one point, and they can be moved out, if need be. But I think we absolutely need a plan to look at this this whole little area to see what. Actually, I remember, and we're getting off subject here. Right now it's about the house, but there was, I think, some plan, not official, of, that was part of creating another hotel down there and retail. And I don't recall if it was our plan, but I remember.
That was part of the Hunden plan, Hunden study.
Was part of the Hunden plan?
Right.
Well, I think, no, what I saw wasn't, I don't think. It was another one. No, not that one. It was another one. But anyway, the point was it was about creating a whole entertainment area.
Maybe with the Durrell Bacta Hotel, that, the initial plan back then.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Anyhow, okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment and ask Mr. Coleman to come up and share his thoughts. We'll close public comment. It looks like we have a motion and a second on the floor to move forward and move those monies over. Yes, sir.
Well, our recommendation is to approve as presented, but an alternative would be to move the 500,000.
No, we're doing it as presented. That's what's on the table, yeah. Okay, Mr. Coleman.
But we need to clarify, we can't wait to come back with another option. This money needs to get spent. So if council is not in support of using the money immediately to move forward with the Little Martin's House project, then we need to move the money to another project. We are against spending deadlines, and so this is to reallocate for projects that are ready to go.
That's the motion we have.
Okay. I just wanted to, because there's some talk about waiting to see what other options were available. So I just wanted to make sure that was correct.
And maybe I said that wrong. Maybe not necessarily waiting, but we do want to know overall.
But as far as the Little Martin's House, if the motion passes, we will move forward with that renovation work.
Correct.
I just wanted to mention.
Okay. Mr. Coleman.
Good afternoon. So let me clarify some things I heard, sir. Councilman Hernandez, so 3 things you pointed out. One, yes, we are required to have insurance. So prior to me getting in, or whomever asked it, there was insurance on the house when it was damaged when we had the major freeze. New administration, myself, came in 2021 and found out that we could not be in the home. The city started work in there, I believe, to get the mold out, to get the mold cleaned up. My issue with this is the fact that we have been trying to get this resolved since 2021. And here we are in 2024, and we're still discussing it. And we get a new city manager in, and we kind of get him up to speed on it to say, hey, we need to get back in the Little Martin's house. I am not for sure what happened with the insurance situation on that, Councilman Badetta, but I do know that there was something involved. I was not privy to that. That was previous administration that was a part of that. You know, for years this has been put off, and we are really, we really want to get back in there. The NAACP stance has been to preserve that home. There was work that had started on there, and I made a phone call and told them they needed to stop because they were tearing out the original wooden floors, and I was afraid we were going to lose the floors and the doors. But I understand that 1-point-something million is quite a bit of money. And I don't know the logistics or what it's, how it works in preserving historical homes, but I do know our stance since 2021 is let's get it fixed. What does it take to get it fixed? And my only concern is we have been asking this request since 2021, and here we are again. And I do not want, I would hope this council in the city manager's office, we don't lose any more funding towards Little Martin's house, even if it's just getting the roof and the siding where no more damage happens, with the molding. If you have not been in it and seen some of the pictures in it, the house is in pretty bad shape, especially from where previous individuals had gone in there. I don't think it was any of the work of the city at all. I know for a fact that it wasn't, and started removing items out of there. And we've lost quite a bit of history since we have not been in that house. So that's my stance on it. That's our chapters in our state office, that we want to be back in there, continue to pay the fee that we paid for 35 years. We'd worked with the Kennedy Foundation in writing that grant to get that house moved there, and the city accepted it, and it's been in operation. We office out of there. We had tours out of there Monday through Thursday. The city required that in order to, a part of the lease agreement, we had to have it open for tours for people to come in, and we just want to get back to that.
Okay.
Get back to that.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Coleman. Thank you very much. Is there, go ahead.
I have questions for Mr. Coleman.
Oh, yeah. So go ahead.
Have you discussed with your board whether or not you would want a larger facility?
Yeah.
Same locations. You all just want to keep the current one, no larger facility?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez, hang on, Mr. Coleman.
Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, this is a $1.2 million. Man, heck, we could build you a freaking office, 3 times the size.
Sure.
I mean, that you would get advantage nobody else gets, right?
Sure.
But it's very difficult to spend that kind of money, considering we're going to tear down another historical building, house just in the same spot.
Correct.
I mean, it's it's hard to defend.
Yeah. Your water garden wasn't too hard to.
Now, I didn't vote for that.
It's your water garden, too.
We're talking $8 million. So
I voted against it.
And I say that because when that vote when that happened, it blew me away, because we had been really coming to the city saying, hey, let's get. If I'm not mistaken, as years past, price increases. So I believe if we would have started in 2020 and 21, we wouldn't be at this amount. I have pitched the idea, sir, of us moving out of there, and we're housing out of a location right now that has no water. I've worked with your city parks director in getting an alternative place, and they have toured some places for us. Our office is not your traditional nonprofit. There are issues and programming and work, that happen continuously in multiple meetings that happen with our civil rights efforts here in the city. So we do utilize that building. I would not be opposed to a new building, but I have 17 other board members who have already voted and said no, that's not gonna, that wouldn't occur.
Okay, Mr. Coleman, I agree with you on the water garden thing. I did not support that.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was an incredibly expensive use of funding.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
We're talking about the little.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make that.
But it's already done, but.
Moving on.
We already had the ribbon cutting.
Yeah. I think you were there.
I was not there. I specifically avoided it.
Yes, sir. We want to preserve the home.
Right. You know, the challenge we have is that most people don't know what a water garden should cost, right? You know, I always say that it costs the government or our city 3 times as much, 2 to 3 times as much to do anything as the private sector does. Simply because we have procedures and processes, and we have to hire professional services, and all this XYZ type stuff we need to do.
Sure.
However, people do know what a house costs,
Sure.
right? So we have to face the public and explain why we're going to spend $1.2 million on a house, a 1,500 square foot house.
Sure.
And so it is, we'll be held accountable for how we spend money.
Yes, sir.
Regardless of, the historical significance of it. And again, I say the example of the Steamboat House, it's being torn down.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure you understand the position you're putting us in. And it's like I said, not your fault.
Yes, sir.
It's not your fault, and I don't blame you for anything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
thank you.
Councilman, he's not, yeah, you have to vote, you have to vote no. He's not putting us in any position. It's not his house, it's not his house, it's not the NAACP's house, it's
Cities.
ours.
Right.
It's
I understand that.
ours. And so I understand what you're saying as well. I think it's a great thing that these monies are CDBG monies. We're not putting this on a bond. We're not putting this, it's not in the budget. They're CDBG monies. And so I understand there's no such thing as free money, but they are CDBG monies, and this is a good project to spend those monies. You cannot rebuild. It's about historic value. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Sure.
And so the 9 people up here have to decide whether it is worth preserving
Right.
the historic home. We can sit here for hours and talk about why that history is important. He's not listening. But anyway, we get it.
Yes, ma'am.
We get it. Councilman Pusley, and then we're moving on to vote.
I'm going to call, yeah. Jeremy, I just want to tell you, I made the motion to support this, and I'm proud to support it.
Sure.
You've expressed to me your desires about this many times, and with respect to your comment about you started this 3 years ago, I have a general rule of thumb, anything you do at the city takes 3 years. So unfortunately, that's just something you have to get used to here. But anyway, I think this is a good project. It's going to cost more than what we could build a new one for, but the historical significance of what we're preserving here is important.
Sure.
And so we recognize that, and I want you to understand that we support that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Thank you,
Well,
sir.
And
you can't speak for everybody, but
I know I
yes,
can't, but
exactly.
but I will tell you, I've had these same discussions with the Texas Historical Commission about the old courthouse. The county abandoned that building in 1977 and let it set until today with nothing done to it, and the results are what you see.
Sure.
And so if we continue to delay this, that's what we'll have. We will eventually have a building we cannot save.
Yes, sir.
So we need to move forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to close public comment. We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Just for the record, Peter, it's 900,000 and 200,000.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Right, 200-something thousand.
Dan, what's the
Of our
total
budget,
money?
and the CDBG is 900.
The total CDBG is 840, let's see,
Yeah, the total, we
43.
approved 343 last year, and the proposed amendment today is to add 500 to that.
right, so it'll be a total of about 843,000.
Out of same CDBG funding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. And just to put on record again, we're going to have to do some VE, value engineering, because the probable cost estimate's $1 million. So that's $150,000 gap right now.
Okay. Okay, so the motion passes 8-1. I'm assuming that's Mr. Hernandez? Yeah, it was. Okay. Historic home for, yeah. Right.
It heard you, it heard you.
Okay, next item, item number 23 is zoning case number ZN 8219, City of Corpus Christi, located District 2, rezoning a property at or near 2212 Morris Street.
I move for approval.
District 1? Is it District 1? Okay.
My apologies,
District
we
1.
have it on here, District 2.
Okay, we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I was gonna let the district member.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Again, this is a rezoning for property at or near 2212 Morris Street. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 23? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote.
Can we make a motion? Or,
What's that?
You haven't voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was A1 now. I was just thinking that it would happen.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion carries 8-1. Who voted against it?
I voted no on that one.
Surprise. Okay. 24 is zoning case number ZN 8242, Zumic Investments LLC, located in District 1, rezoning a property at or near 4458 Church Street. We have a motion. We have a second. Okay, hang on. Go right ahead.
This property has, and I talked to Michael about this before the meeting, has a significant drainage easement on the back side of the property, and he has assured me that there's not going to be any attempt to invade that drainage easement whatsoever.
Again, the easement helps protect the buffer from the R6 that's across the street. It's actually only half or a portion of that street. It actually doesn't continue all the way across. But with the drainage easement that's there and the requirements for commercial development, it'll actually push further into that lot.
Yes.
But it's adjacent to the frontage lot on Violet's the same owner. They just want to create that office space.
Okay. All right. Good. I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. And please submit your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Section L, individual consideration items 25 through 28. Item number 25 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Associated Construction Partners out of Bernie, Texas for the Wesley Seal Dam Instrumentation Rehab Project.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, well, hold on. Click your light there. You got your light? There you go.
Yes, Mayor. Subject to public comment, I'd like to make a motion that we approve items 25, 26, and 27.
Okay. Okay. Item number, let me read, I just read item number 25. Item number 26 is a motion awarding a construction contract to JE Construction Services. Excuse me.
Comments on 26?
We're going to. I'm going to read the three, and then we'll come back. Item number 26 is a motion awarding a construction contract to JE Construction Services LLC in an amount of $25,532,307 for the reconstruction of Yorktown Boulevard from Rodfield Road to Oso Creek Bridge. Item number 27 is a resolution approving the Corpus Christi Type B Corporation approval of the Huntwick Avenue reconstruction project. Councilman Hernandez, your comments?
Yes, on item number 26, that's the construction of the widening of Yorktown from Rodfield to the Mud Bridge. And I wanted to point out that this is going to be in concrete. which is a wonderful, good news item. And I want to make sure that we discuss a little bit about the construction process in terms of how it's going to, the sequencing of it, in terms of building the 2 lanes over to the north of the existing lanes before moving over and deconstructing the old lanes and then redoing the new ones. Can you please kind of talk about that a little bit?
I can't go too much in the details, but yes, we're going to try and keep the old lanes open as much as possible and keep that corridor open. As you have pointed out, having that ride field extension in place is, we hope, going to help provide some relief to that corridor. But the fact that we're doing it as a boulevard gives us some ability to reduce the impact on the commuters using that corridor.
Also, and where the traffic light placements are going to be at which intersections?
I'll need to get to you on that.
Okay, well, on the original plans, it was going to be the one at Fred's Folly, at the intersection of Fred's Folly and Yorktown. The other one was going to be at Osceola Parkway, where that's the new road that's going to the elementary and middle school. If there's any other changes, I assume those are still in place.
I believe that's correct, sir. I believe that's correct.
And the other one I want to mention, and I appreciate Type B doing this, is and us adding this to our CIP for Huntwick, which is the portion of the street that's right there from Staples, where the Navy Federal Credit Union is, going into the HEB Plus.
Yes.
It gets a lot of heavy truck traffic, and that road has been torn up, and it will also be looked at in concrete as well, correct?
It is going to be designed in concrete.
Yeah.
And that was discussed as a potential candidate for the bond, and some staff members thought maybe that might be a candidate for the Type B, and so we took that to Type B, and they approved that for using Type B funds.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, and I want to just reiterate those two being concrete, and especially the road Huntwick. That's one that I know I got a lot of calls on, and most people think it was HEB's street, and we got a lot of calls from HEB as well. But anyway, I worked with him personally just to make, try to move forward with this street, because again, it's very, very used by so many. So that's wonderful. These are great news items. Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Jeff. I just had a couple quick questions, and I want to make sure I got my information right here. JE Construction, I think, is doing the work on Everhart, the rebuilding of Everhart Road right now, and they made good progress on that right now. I'm very encouraged by that. But I'm looking at the memos for this project, and it looks as if they're scheduled to start this project now in July 2024, next month. Does JE Construction have the capacity to handle those two projects at the same time, do we think?
We have met with them. We think they're up to it. They have grown a lot, and we're recommending awarding the bid to them.
Okay. Yeah, Councilman, in the meeting that Jeff had with JE Construction, several of their other larger projects are completing. They're finishing, and so it's almost perfect timing where those are done now. So now they can redirect the crews to this project. So they have the capacity. I had the same question. We don't want to overburden and have a small company that's now growing run into trouble. So we're mindful of that. But they've assured Jeff they can handle it, primarily because several of their other projects are finishing up.
Yeah, they moved along quite quickly, I think, on Everhart so far. They're just about, I guess, maybe halfway done with it already.
It's looking great.
A year.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get hung up by this other project.
We're going to be watching it real close. So James Edwards from JE Construction, I did want to give a shout out to him and his company. It's a small, getting bigger local company, all local talent. They're very conscientious about Everhart. I've texted him numerous times on a Saturday or Sunday. His crews are out there working on Saturdays and Sundays. That's why production's going as great as it is. So we like that type of company that can produce and get in and get out of the job site. And you're seeing it. It's high quality work as well. So we were happy that they were the low bidder on this project. I think we're going to see the same perfection and quick schedule on Yorktown. So we're appreciative of James Edwards, his team, and their commitment to the city.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Councilman Seckley.
Thanks, Mayor. To Councilman Klein's comment about JE capacity, one of the projects they just finished up was Jackfish on the island, which was also a partially concrete projects. So some of those folks may end up over at Yorktown, but
I'm sure of it.
yeah. My other comment is just consistent with what Councilman Hernandez and you and I think Ernie was in it too, just talking about Flower Bluff and the impact of this section of Yorktown being down, back to number 26, there's a lot of anxiety, especially people who live on the south side of Flower Bluff, with the Flower Bluff Drive reconstruction probably starting in the first half of 2026, of 2025. So I appreciate your acknowledgement that we're going to try and do whatever we can to try and minimize that impact as much as possible, because those folks in that area will have to face major construction either way they leave Flower Bluff. So just wanted to know that. Thanks.
Noted.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. No, I just had a couple of comments. I noticed on the schedule that this has been mentioned, this is going to probably kick off next month, and it's a 3-year project, is that right?
It's a $25 million project, so typically...
and I get this comment all the time. I don't know about everybody else, but I get beat up all the time from constituents saying, it's a 1.5 miles of road, it's going to cost $25 million, it's going to take you guys 3 years to do it. Why does it take so long? So that's the question that I get asked all the time, and I always come up with the same answer. Well, it's a complete reconstruction. They're going to dig the whole road up. They're going to put down new everything. But,
And I'll tell you, a part of the answer, and this isn't super emotionally satisfying, but if we could do it as a greenfield project, I could probably do it in a third of the time. But as we've discussed, we want to keep one lane open each direction all the time, keep everybody in utility service 24/7, 365, make sure it doesn't flood when it rains. And doing all of that while you're totally rebuilding it is like a
No, it's a fair comment, and I appreciate that. And I agree with City Manager Zanoni. Mr. Edwards is running a good company. He's a local guy, graduated from Cal Allen, so we like to see our local guys do good.
They have certainly moved into, I wouldn't say they're a small company anymore.
No,
in terms of our road construction projects, they've moved into the top tier.
They're with the big boys now, no doubt.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention a couple of things. The bond amount for this is $20 million, which includes it was mainly the construction of the surface portion of it, which you have budgeted at $15.5 million, leaving you $4.5 million from that bond project. Correct? Am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, we got good bids. It looks like it at this point.
Okay, you also have set up here for stormwater $6 million in expense. It's going to be paid for out of the stormwater fund, correct?
That's correct.
Since we do have some money left over, and this goes back to the policy that trying to include capitalize the stormwater portion of this into the construction part. Since we do have that $4.5 million, can we ascribe that to the stormwater portion so we don't have to put as much debt onto our stormwater?
I see what you're asking. My only hesitancy about that is that you've also got the legal requirement that you're committed to complete all the projects on the proposition before you reallocate any savings.
Well, isn't this part of the project? And maybe we need some help here from legal.
I need a legal lifeline on that one.
No, Councilman, I hear what you're saying, and we've been supportive of that concept. That's why in this bond program, all the stormwater's in the streets projects. But given that there's still several big construction projects to finish in this bond 2022, I wouldn't recommend reallocating this. We may need it to shore up another budget with bonds in the road portion of a project. So I would recommend that we be a little more fiscally flexible and keep the bonds here in unspent in case we need them in another project in another district, including District 5, that might need more construction dollars beyond what we see. Sometimes our projects, as you can see in this one, come in under the engineer's estimate, under the budget because of good bidding. Other times they come in over. So I would wait. We could apply this as we narrow down the completion of 2022. And,
okay, so can you come back to us when this comes out? Because, I mean, this is all going to go to our stormwater rates. And we had this big discussion about this in terms of, how much debt we can put on a $26 million budget. Right. So the conversation of debt service matters.
Yeah, right. And I'm not diminishing that. I'm just saying what could also matter is if we can't finish a street project because we don't have the money to fill the gap because of higher cost estimates. That's probable. It's possible. So we need that flexibility. Otherwise, we're going to come to the council with two choices. One, we issue COs, or two, we cut scope in the project.
Okay, so
yes, sir.
When will we do?
We'll know closer. Maybe as we do this budget, we'll see how much the construction has been awarded for the bond 2022. We don't have it today, but when we present the capital budget later this summer, we can get an assessment of how many more projects have to be awarded, and then how much more certainty then do we have at that point to say that we probably aren't going to need any GOs in reserve, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll be expecting that.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to save us some debt capacity.
Right,
Also, we do have probably those two CCISD school opening while we're still constructing this. So, and I know I had the conversation with Ernie about putting temporary traffic lights at that intersection.
Right.
Probably on a cable or something like that. But who would do that? Would it be JE or would it be us?
My guess is they're going to say that they would want us to put in the construction contract.
Yeah, we are currently working on putting the span wire out there.
Oh, you are doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just want to make sure because it's going to be a nightmare if we don't.
Correct.
And I understand CCISD puts us in these positions, but let's try and mitigate it as much as possible.
Public Works is also going to do the connection of the temporary streets so that when that school does open, they'll have connectivity. We'll have to work together with Jeff's contractor at that point when they build the temporary road so that they have that connection. But that's the only way to get it done in time. So when the school opens, there is a connection to Yorktown. So that's what we had to do. We didn't know when this project was going to come to fruition. That's why we were working that out with Moses in anticipation. And if the project didn't come in time, we would be there to do that. And it's just a small connection. So.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's see, about 40 seconds.
Councilman Roy, did you have, no? Okay. Okay, I think that sums up our questions. We have a motion. Did we have a second on that? We did? Okay. And please submit your vote. And this is for items 25, 26, and 27.
Big deal for District 5.
Did you want to do public comment, Mayor?
Did I not?
Oh, we did it. Okay.
I thought we did, yeah.
Gil's been pushing parts of this for a while. Now you got it, Gil. Don't screw it up, man.
Oh, 27 was on there?
Okay.
I want to see how he votes when we have to do
Okay,
to complete this project.
Yeah, exactly.
We have $4 million
left
over.
Oh, my God.
We got to pay back the cost.
$4 million left over.
We're going to have to give it to the water card. Give it to the water card.
Okay, the motion carries. Well, give it to the little house.
Yeah, I was going to say give it to the little Martin.
To little Martin's house. Okay, motion passes unanimously.
It's called selective ethics.
Selective ethics. Item number 28 is an ordinance authorizing mid-year budget adjustments and amending the operating and capital budgets as applicable for fiscal year 23-24, fiscal year 2024. Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second, Mr. Houlihan. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No,
You're good?
keep my mouth shut.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. And what do we have? Briefing. Okay, oh. Yeah. Is everybody's in? Just takes a while.
Camera.
Well, that never, I know. Me too. You have to look up at the screens. Gil voted against it. Gil did. Right. Okay, motion carries.
Wasn't the water garden in there?
And our last item of the day is item number 29. That is a briefing on the fiscal year 2023 annual comprehensive financial report by Weaver and Tyndall LLP external auditors.
Good afternoon. So the last item of the day is we have Matt Rogers, who is with Weaver, and he will give a presentation on a summary of the annual comprehensive financial report. So
27 slides.
it goes really quickly.
He's going to go quick.
I promise, I'll try to go through them briefly. This is actually
That's the future rule. Okay? I know you're an auditor, and like Gil.
Like Gil.
He's the one that's kept you.
You know, diatribe on DSEP before we got.
That was one item.
So can you please bring up the presentation?
No. Ron Olson was given direction from the city council before we got.
Can you all pull up the presentation, AB control, for the last agenda item?
It had to be 3 minutes.
You know what
Are you serious?
What's that?
I do not believe the presentation got saved out there, so that is my fault. Let me see if I can get that done real fast.
Okay. Number 29. Okay. Mayor stepped out. We're loading up the presentation, so if the council wanted, we could have the presenter begin. Okay, let's begin. Yes, sir. And
That's
then we'll
fine.
load it up. Yes, sir.
Well, as you mentioned, my name is Matt Rogers. I'm a senior manager with Weaver. We've been the external auditor for the city now for 5 years, and I'm just here to kind of recap the results of the financial statement audit for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. This presentation was also presented at the audit committee meeting back in April. I will skip ahead. Laura Lambert is the engagement partner. She was not able to be here today. And then we also had on our engagement team 2 senior associates who kind of supervised our audit staff, and we also had our IT advisory services group that did some work surrounding the IT environment with regard to the financial software. In terms of the audit schedule, here it goes now. In terms of the audit schedule, we typically do some initial planning before we come out for what we call interim field work, which we did back in July of last year. We come out, we do some testing of internal controls, and then we just kind of gauge kind of changes at the city that might direct our audit plan for when we come out for final field work. Final field work, we came out during January, and it was ongoing until around the end of March. We issued in April, and then we present, and then usually the cycle starts over. We perform the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, but also generally accepted government auditing standards, which we call Yellow Book. Since the city also expends more than $750,000 in federal and state awards, you are also required to have what's called a single audit as a compliance audit that is directed by what we call uniform guidance, which is at the federal level, and then Texas Uniform Grant Management Standards, which is at the state level. We also test some various compliance requirements related to laws, regulations, contracts, funding agreements, and mostly surrounding financial areas. So also Public Funds Investment Act, we look at procurement, things of that nature. And the audit is a risk-based approach. We can't audit 100% of transactions. Would be too time-consuming, so we kind of focus our efforts on certain areas of the or focus more of our efforts on various sections of the financial statements. Some examples: federal and state revenues and expenditures, utility system billings, accounts payable and payroll, and the source documentation authorization surrounding how those disbursements get made. So we do test internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. We do that, again, to kind of get more comfort that the controls operating at the city operate as intended. The type of auditor's report issued on the financial statements is unmodified. So an unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance you can receive in a financial statement audit. We also are required to report any internal control findings that we have. We do not have any material weakness findings for 2023. We did have one significant deficiency, which I'll discuss on the next slide, or a couple of slides, and then we did not identify any non-compliance that would be considered material to the financial statements. On the single audit side, the compliance audit side for federal and state awards, these were the major programs this year: coronavirus, state and local fiscal recovery funds, CDBG, airport improvement programs, economic development cluster, and then on the state side, state program side, it was the Defense Economic Assistance Grants. So the significant deficiency that we have for 2023, as it appears on the screen, it was essentially some untimely adjustments that occurred towards the end of the audit. So because it happened late in the audit process, it kind of delayed the process a little bit this year, more so than it would have under normal circumstances. The cause is, just higher turnover than normal in the finance department and some kind of shifting of roles. And so you have new people coming in new roles. And so it just took a little bit longer to get through some of those things. Are there any questions so far?
I can wait till the end.
Okay. We also are required to look at findings that were issued in the previous audit cycle. So there was a finding in 2022 on the single audit side related to the CDBG grant. We've reviewed the circumstances surrounding that this year and determined that that has been resolved and there are no issues to follow up on there. This slide is just showing the summary of the passenger facility charge audit. This is separate to the financial statement audit. We also do this at the same time. It relates to the passenger facility charges that get recorded at the airport. We have no findings there. We also have an unmodified opinion on that report as well. Auditor's responsibilities. We are charged with forming and expressing opinion about whether the financial statements prepared by management and subject to your oversight are prepared in accordance with GAAP, generally accepted general accounting principles, generally accepted in the United States of America. We plan to perform the audit to obtain reasonable rather than absolute assurance. So the key word there is reasonable rather than absolute, because we are not testing 100% of transactions. We're scoping things out. We're determining materiality, and we're testing transactions and sampling some balances. Part of the financial statements, the Corpus Christi firefighter retirement system, we rely on a third-party auditor to, and it is also expressed in the independent auditor's report. We rely on the opinion of that auditor for that plan, and so you'll see the description in the independent auditor's report if you've had a chance to look through the ACFR document. Our opinion also has what we call an in relation to opinion. So there's some sections of the financial statements that are supplementary information. We do issue an in relation to opinion is what we call it. And then there are areas of the financial statement you'll see that are marked unaudited. Essentially, that's the introductory section and statistical sections. We do not express an opinion on those. However, if we did, see a material misstatement of fact, we would be required to at least acknowledge it and communicate that to you. So we did perform also some non-attest services for the city this year, preparing the financial statements, compiling some of the CFA, or we call it the Schedule of Federal Awards, and then also compiling the Schedule of Passenger Facility Charge Program revenues and expenditures schedule that was associated with the passenger facility charge audit. Those non-attest services are not subject to auditing standards, so they were not, we did not subject any audit standards, audit procedures against those services. The city did adopt GASB standard number 96. This is subscription-based information technology arrangements. Just a high-level summary. This is essentially capturing right-to-use assets, right-to-use liabilities for subscription-based services surrounding information technology. There was approximately $6.7 million recognized as of the beginning of fiscal year 23 on the governmental activity side, and then approximately $244,000 recognized on the business activity side associated with implementing this standard. As mentioned previously, we do try to identify specified risks so that we can tailor our audit procedures. These are the specified risks we had this year, just to kind of focus our efforts more so on management over audit controls, any improper billings related to, or improper revenue recognition related to grants or utility billings, any improper cash disbursements or non-payroll expenditures, and also payroll expenditures. The most significant accounting estimates affecting the financial statements, you're going to see allowance for uncollectible taxes, allowance for utility accounts, pension liability for Texas Municipal Retirement System, also the pension liability for the firefighter system, and then OPEB liability, which is the retiree health plan. This slide is just focusing on some of the more sensitive disclosures that again relates to the retirement benefits, post-employment health care benefits, and then contingent liabilities. Uncorrected misstatements, so we are required to communicate to you any uncorrected misstatements that we identified during the audit. This is the following summary. We had two that we identified that were clearly immaterial, but due to the timing when we discovered them, it was determined that it was best to leave these for next year to be corrected. So one was improperly accruing some construction invoices. The other was not accruing some construction invoices. So the net impact was about $1.2 million. Just to clarify on this is not an issue of payment or anything like that. It was just an issue of recognizing the expense in one period versus another. And then also, if there were any material misstatements that we identified that were corrected by management, we are required to communicate to you that as well. We did have two that we determined to be material audit adjustments, which were both related to grants essentially. So one was a FEMA adjustment and the one was a FAA grant that was adjusted as well. With that, I'll leave it open for any questions that you may have for me.
Okay, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Sorry, your name was Matt Rogers?
Yes.
All right, Matt, I think your name needs to be echoed because Councilman Hernandez thinks highly of you, and I think you're the only person on this planet that gets that recognition. So we appreciate what you're doing. And thank you for all that work. And Gil, that is a compliment, I promise. It's a big compliment. He has refined taste.
Well, thank y'all for letting me speak today. Y'all have a great.
Thank you very much for the report.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for hanging
Thank you,
on.
Matt. Yes, sir.
Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Good night.